Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Truth Tuesday. I'm David Sponheim, and it's important that we talk about the truth because our country's never been in a situation that is in need of truth more than now. We need truth more than ever because we've got a president who has lied to the American people 6,000 times in the past 2.5 years. He said he was going to show us his tax returns. Oh, no problem. I'll show you 10 years of my IRS tax returns. No problem. We're waiting for him to show us those tax returns. What is he hiding? Only a guilty man would hide those tax returns now. And why didn't Mueller finish the Manafort second trial in which he would have exposed the money laundering of Russian oligarchs as they bought properties, Donald Trump's properties, for 2 or 3 times their value? Why didn't Mueller investigate that? And where is the dossier really, and how come it hasn't been redacted or unredacted? There was only a small paragraph in reference to it in the Mueller report. All right. Because there are a lot of people who are trying to stop our efforts, and as you can see, we're probably the only voice of reason out there challenging the two-party insanity. There are people that are desperate to stop me because they know that an honest man is the most dangerous person in a corrupt society. They know that my honesty that is built into my system, that made me defy corporations and defy government collusion all my life, has built this entire platform so that we can assail them and take them down. Stop the corruption in America and bring back a sense of opportunity for people and hope that we can make a better nation for our children, a cleaner environment where people can breathe freely. But we're not getting that with the two-party system. They've had every opportunity to deal with the homelessness and the terrible conditions that the Democrats have left people in San Francisco, LA, Portland, Seattle, Chicago. The Democrats don't want to provide bathrooms for people. The most logical solution is put in more bathrooms. They want to complain about picking up crap on the streets of San Francisco. You see where they're at? And then they want to tax you and come up with new tax plans to fund all that picking up crap up. It's better to build a bathroom than to pick up crap incessantly. Somebody asked me, David, how come you haven't had children? I don't feel that the world is safe for anyone that could be born out of my genes. I'm sorry for your kids that you have because I don't believe the world is safe for them right now. I want to make it safe for them. I want to make it better, not worse than it was when I was born. And that's why I haven't had children. I would gladly have children if I knew that the world they would be born into wouldn't be totally controlled by elitist pedophiles that are afraid to talk about Pizzagate. I love children, except I don't want to be around them because, frankly, I'm a busy guy and I don't want to, hang out with children. So I didn't have any kids. So I just think we really have to make the world a lot better for the kids if we're going to even justify our own existence. And so far, I haven't really been able to fix this problem. As much as I'm trying, and I do try every day to fix the problems in the world, I'm not going to be able to do it alone. I need to be empowered to do it. But you know that I have a plan to do it. You know that the platform that America's Third Party has at our website is solid. And we also know that if I get into the news, I will spike the media more than Trump even did. Because unlike Trump, I've got a brain to back up everything I say. He just borrowed my ideas to get noticed. He's basically lighting the loafers when it comes to backing up my ideas. Remember, I'm the person who came up with the 1,000-mile fence in 2008. I'm the guy that Michelle Bachmann copied. And now I've scaled the cost down to $1 billion so we can build the damn fence and stop dealing with the refugees that are flowing into our sanctuary cities with Trump bragging about how he's sending them to our sanctuary cities. And if that isn't indicative of a flip-flopper, I don't know what is. Trump said he didn't want to have illegal aliens in the country. Now he's willingly sending them to sanctuary cities. And get this, he claims it's his idea, when we all know the sanctuary city idea was Obama and the Democrats' idea. It's crazy how he's flip-flopped on this issue. So $1 billion will have the fence built within a year. But he doesn't want to do this because he wants to give $7 to $8 billion to his cronies to build a couple miles. not 1,000 miles. So more than one of my idea was stolen too. We're talking about many, many ideas. Mobile medical unit ideas was never ever implemented. Would have been great for our country, but he never bothered to implement it. He talked about it during the campaign. All right, a laptop infected with 6 of the world's most dangerous computer viruses up for auction. Okay. Artnet.com news. I've got a lot of news ahead of this. I'll just bring this into the show because it's the first most relevant thing and absurd at the same time. Now, recently they reported on various sites, and I can't corroborate this, but that Intel put a built chip into their chip memory system that's separate from your computer. That if your computer was built after 2008, it has a chip in it that has a separate computer function and can dial up to a free Wi-Fi server or any Wi-Fi server it wants. Now, I can't corroborate this, but it was out there. People were talking about it, that Intel computers installed this chip for the NSA. I don't know what to say. Many of us are realizing from the Vault 7 release by the NSA, which was reckless in and of itself, and they should be held accountable for it, and they haven't even prosecuted anyone for it. It reveals tools that they could use to create ransomware against people, taking money from people. I mean, why would the NSA have that software? These are questions that are not being asked by our most trusted overseer of the NSA and the CIA. Senator Dianne Feinstein. She has the authority to do everything. Research the dangers of the NSA, the excesses of the CIA, but she hasn't done anything at all. And this is why the Democrats are so totally useless. They keep people like this in power. Look at Nancy Pelosi. She can barely assemble a sentence. And she's supposed to be leading a resistance to the most ridiculous buffoon of a president we've ever had? It's ridiculous. And look at this woman, Dianne Feinstein. Her limo driver was working for the Chinese, delivering information directly to the Chinese for 20 years. What did she do when she found this out? She retired him and gave him a severance package. A severance package for a guy who was a known Chinese spy sitting in her limousine driving her car. We've had no security for 20 years. And she's the one who's supposed to be overseeing our national security. Unbelievable. But worse, Donald Trump is now making it so that our top CIA and FBI experts and top security experts can't even access the most dangerous and sensitive data out there. He's classifying documents so that even the CIA can't even look at them, and he's declassifying documents that the FBI had during the probe into the Russian involvement, which I think is still very real, by the way. Russia is still pulling Donald Trump's strings, and he is still in total collusion, and he's obstructing now. On top of the charges of obstruction, him running around the White House constantly talking about how he wanted to fire Comey, fire Mueller. Even Don McGahn actually wanted to testify about this and how he tried to fire Mueller. Donald won't even let Don McGahn actually testify. So he wants to obstruct there. And he wants to say to the country that he will not talk about the budget or talk about an infrastructure plan of $2 trillion. He won't even talk about it until they stop investigating him. Now that's honestly the most dangerous thing you could ever imagine. A person who won't even allow anyone to investigate him. That is total obstruction. That is exactly what we're dealing with here. Donald Trump is now hijacking our country and trying to prevent investigations into the Russian involvement that he had, that we know now from the Mueller report. His team of people at Trump's association met with the Russians 127 times before the election. They met with the Russians 127 times. And that's not collusion? Hang on, I have to salute. We've got the sound of freedom. Also, the sound of ear damage. 120 decibels flying over my house every day. Thanks. Thanks, Navy. And then they send me letters in the mail saying, would you like a hearing aid? Because they know I'm in the age demographic of needing a hearing aid because I live under jet travel. Yeah, I heard Kennedy was told that he would be shot if he went to Dallas, and he still went there. Yeah, don't be President Kennedy, and don't visit Dallas, and don't drive in an open limousine. Okay, here we go. A laptop infected with 6 of the world's most dangerous computer viruses up for auction. And the bid is 1.2 million. The malware was installed by an artist on a Samsung notebook from 2008. Huh, an artist. Okay. It's completely corrupted. That's hilarious. And this should sell for 1.2 million. He's an online artist called Guo Odong. To take a more than a 10-year-old laptop and infect it with 6 of the most malicious computer viruses in the world. Now the artwork titled The Persistence of Chaos is up for auction online. And it's reached 1.2 million. This is hilarious. He has, you can't even connect this to a server or it'll completely contaminate your entire mainframe. I heard JFK wanted dead or alive posters were posted all around Dallas the day he was shot. You found one on eBay, really? Could you do me a favor, Reptoid, and take a picture of that and upload it to the server? Just anywhere. Yeah, I want to see it. Yeah, that's really an incredible piece you picked up on eBay. U.S. Navy pilots tracked UFO now being officially investigated. Yeah, you know, I'm not going to go to the UFO report right now because I think it's a diversion from the fact that Trump is trying to, assemble an attack on Iran. Yeah, I think they don't want to talk about that, so they talk about aliens. But I'll bring it up a little later. Meanwhile, I've got some bigger issues to talk about. Missouri's last abortion clinic has been says it may lose its license this week. So every single abortion clinic in Missouri is being shut down. As you know, Mississippi has outlawed abortions. All these these Republican things that are getting passed because the Russians rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump. So now little girls who are raped in Mississippi, young women who are raped in Mississippi have to have their baby, which I think is completely illegal and violates Roe v. Wade, and I think the governor of Mississippi should be arrested, personally. Big time disaster across the country from climate change. Whether you think that climate change is happening or not, like the Republicans who believe Trump is right, we are definitely facing climate change. What the Democrats, Republicans refuse to admit is it's caused by chemtrails being dumped out of planes constantly over our head. Like this. Yeah, that's a chemtrail plane dumping chemicals. You see them every day over your house, you just don't want to look at them. Yeah, that's what's causing climate change. Anyway, 1 dead, 130 injured as twisters rip through Ohio and Indiana. Fairly northern areas, latitudes to be affected by twisters. Unlikely ever to be hit in those areas. Ohio and Indiana now in Tornado Alley. As the polar vortex has altered the position of tornadoes as they land. I have not seen alleged notice from Mark, but this is a live show every night. We've never missed a live show in 10 and a half years. So anything coming from him, please email me, americasthirdparty@gmail.com. I'll be putting it in my file titled Mark Bond Censor, in which I am building a massive file. Please send me corroborating information if he's sending you notices to that effect. I have never not done a live show. Every show is live consistently for 10 and a half years. I've never missed a show, even when I was sick. I haven't seen it, no. But do send me a copy. I'll take a look at it later. Doesn't matter. Anyways, the Democrats who can't fight for Roe v. Wade and choice, who've lost their way, who now are leaning toward transgenderism, you need a new party, people. Come on into America's third party. I'll protect you, and I'll protect a woman's right to choose, too. I won't allow this illegal action by the Republicans. No way. I will arrest governors who go against Roe v. Wade until it's overturned in a high court. Yeah, even when I get DDoS, I cast. I have other alternatives. I have local places I could hook up a Wi-Fi connection to. Don't ever promote another person here. I'm going to purge what you said. Don't ever put a site out there to promote another person. I have offered $1,010 per month. My original idea of $400 was advanced to $500, and then this guy decided to come up with $1,000 a month. If this guy you just mentioned wins the Democratic nomination, I will up it to $10,010 a month for every American person. Of course I'm aware of him. My offer of $10,010 a month will stand if he wins the Democratic nomination. Well, in the 70s, the prediction of the greenhouse effect, and believe me, Tasagi, I tracked a lot of the greenhouse studies that were done at the time. The greenhouse gas effect that were being dealt with in the late 70s, we started looking at this model. It definitely shows a curve, and it's definitely exponential, but it doesn't kick into gear for more than 200 years. What you're seeing is a 5-year change, which is solely caused by artificial manipulation of the atmosphere with chemtrails. It doesn't take a lot to realize that the more they stick in the atmosphere, the more screwed up our atmosphere is going to be. The word global warming was not coined at that time. No. You're right. And I'm not an asshole. Greenhouse gas effects were dealt with back in the late 70s. We were discussing them. CO2 was discussed back in the late 70s. So you got banned for calling me an asshole. I, in fact, was looking at a model of where I wanted to live. And I was living in Los Angeles at the time, and I thought to myself, with the idea of the greenhouse effect, which is what it was called, the greenhouse effect created a serious evaporation zone in the mid latitudes, and that would include Los Angeles. So I made a calculated decision to move out of LA in 1988, and I eventually got out of LA in 1993. And when I did, I moved up to an area that is now pretty much surrounded by, I guess, beauty and wetness, and we've got plenty of nice weather, and yeah, you name it. So I kind of made the right decision. I knew that there would be no shortage of water in my area. Okay, you got a framed copy? There it is. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, look at the plan to kill our great president, John F. Kennedy, and how they did it right in our face, right out in the open. And LBJ oversaw the death of our president. And we know pretty much that LBJ knew about it. He didn't organize it because we know other people organized the death of our president, but they put this stuff out there in the streets the day the president was shot and killed in Dallas. Wanted for treason. This man wanted for treasonous activities against the United States. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Thank you for sharing that. Wow. That's a keeper. I'm going to definitely make a copy of that. Thank you so much. You're awesome, Reptoid. When he was in Japan, he mentioned to Shinzo Abe about my blimp idea. I wouldn't doubt that. Donald doesn't have any original ideas. He doesn't have the brain to come up with original thought. I believe that Bush H.W. Bush was at John F. Kennedy's assassination that day. There's a picture of a man who represents his physical body type. We have HW at the JFK. We also know that Ted Cruz's father was at the JFK assassination. These are all very interesting little side notes, but there's not a lot we can do with this information other than, wow, that's interesting. We are running a show in the evening, the wee hours of the evening every night. Our video show lasts for 5 hours. We have a show that's tonight talking about JFK from, it's called JFK to 9/11. It's all a rich man's trick. And it's a 3.5 hour show, so I broke it up into 2 parts. Tonight's part 2 in the late hour of our show. But here's the picture of George H.W. Bush, who they believe was standing there at the Dealey Plaza when the president was killed. At the time, and he didn't admit this at the time, and never did, that he was director of the CIA in Dallas. He later was given the position of the director of the CIA for all of the CIA under Richard Nixon. That was his job. And he never admitted this, and Donald Trump sealed the evidence against him recently. And it was kind of a shock because George H.W. Bush was still alive, and Donald Trump said that no one could look at that evidence about him that was supposed to be revealed when he was alive, that no one could look at it because there was a law that said you couldn't prosecute a person who was formerly a president within a 10-year period. Well, he'd been president well over 10 years ago. So there's no reason, it was like 30 years ago, there's no reason why we wouldn't have shown it. And to this day, Donald Trump has not shown that information, even after George H.W. Bush has died, which is very suspicious. So why is Donald Trump hiding that information as well? Everything Donald Trump is doing is whatever the deep state and Vladimir Putin is telling him to do. Now, by the way, Vladimir Putin is bought off by the same people that bought off Trump. They're very wealthy, extremely wealthy people who run the world essentially through money. It turns out that Vladimir Putin was kind of the poster child of greed when he was growing up as the child in the Politburo that everyone laughed and played with and had fun with. He was groomed to be the greedy little poster child of the Politburo. And in the process of being greedy, he has acquired, they say at low estimates, $80 billion of personal wealth, at top estimates of $200 billion of personal wealth. So Vladimir Putin is totally bought off, much like Donald Trump is being bought off as well. Thank you, Admiral. How come food that is normal has been eaten thousands of years is now called organic, while foods that are filled with chemicals are called food? It should be food and then chemical food. Well, we're going with organic versus regular, and now we have to add the nomenclature GMO versus non-GMO. Now, if you're eating genetically modified food that is organic, you might still be getting certain weird things like the epicide gene, which is affected. The epicide gene is affected by the corn that's genetically modified. So it may be grown in an organic way, but it could still have the epicide gene in it. The epicide gene is designed to create sterility in the masses and was designed in a laboratory to sterilize the population. Anyway, sorry to bring you that up, but we're not going to change nomenclature midstream here, so just accept it. I haven't seen this, no. Wow. Thank you for sending that to me. That's unheard of. Why would Mark send this out to people, which is illegal? You can't tell people that I'm now online, but do not believe his shows are real. They're prior recorded shows. That's not true. Wow. Now, I cannot verify if Mark wrote this, but if this is what he's sending online, anybody could do this in Photoshop. But if this is what he's sending online, that is completely wrong, and it's fraudulent is what it is. None of my shows are pre-recorded, and none of my shows are not real. They're all real. They're all live. I don't know. All I can tell you is eRoom is one of a couple people who said that they've gotten sent things from Mark Vaughn. It looks like Photoshop to me, yeah. So I don't think anybody can Photoshop that and say that's what Mark sent. I can't really verify that Mark sent that. Well, in case you didn't know, China has control over 90% of the rare earth metals that are in computers and tablets and iPhones. They have control over 90% of the world's population of rare earth metals. They produce 30%, but they control 90%. Now, China is seriously considering restricting rare earth exports to the United States, according to a chief Chinese tabloid, Global Times. Rising tensions have led to the concern that Beijing will use its dominant position as a supplier of rare earths for leverage in the trade war between the United States and China. Yeah, and based on what he knows, China's seriously considered restricting rare earth exports to the U.S. This is a tactical position that they've been in for some time. I exposed this 10 years ago. We talked about the rare earth metals that China had acquired and their control of rare earth metals. This would be a perfectly good reason to stop a trade war and negotiate the issue on Meng, the CFO of Huawei. I can't believe that Trump hasn't seen this as an opportunity to kind of like smooth things out and just release any charges against this woman. Good night, Sunstar. Sleep well. Thanks for coming in. It's a simple answer to both China and Iran for Donald Trump to do this. No, I don't need a campaign manager because my campaign is online. Because I can't get any video time in the mainstream media, I don't need a campaign manager. They do need our food, yeah. And our farmers definitely are not really happy that Trump kind of sold him out for what was it? Now he's giving them a guarantee of 19 billion when he upped it from 12 billion. Now it's up to 19 billion per year for the farmers because of Trump's error. You say she was not photoshopped. I cannot be the only one to have received notice from Mark Vaughn. No, I'm sure others have, and I'm waiting for emails from them. But I will note yours as the first and foremost. Thank you, eRoom. I wouldn't bother to try to sneak into the Bilderberg meeting. It could be dangerous. Yeah, unless you're Alex Jones, a shill for the Bilderberg people, don't bother. Yeah, I wouldn't want to sneak in anywhere where it involves rich elitists that engage in secret pedophile activities. Chinese law says that any Chinese company has to disclose any information on any device they have access to. Well, it makes sense for China. I know that Mark Zuckerberg piped in on national Chinese security. Mark Zuckerberg is an advisor and consultant to the Chinese security division of China. Well, if Huawei wants to, track people in Asia, they're going to do it anyway. If you think this is coming down to stopping people from tracking you by discrediting a company that has a larger stake in the 5G network, technically, than our companies, then by all means, make it your life goal. Okay, we're not allowed to disclose locations of people in various sites. But if you want to go on camera and bring yourself into the main screen, you can, like Jackoff Bandit, who entered our ProCam section. Hey there, Jackoff Bandit. Peace, man. He's working on his thoughts and sharing his visual appearance in the show, which is nice of you. We know that we can put faces behind people, and that kind of makes things a little bit more real. But it just guarantees that we have a face behind a name. Joe, the chat's been intellectual since I started it. The fact that China wants to restrict rare earth metals is a significant danger zone for America. Many of our companies rely on rare earth metals to produce anything. But ironically, the people it would hurt most would be the people who are making products to sell to the U.S. if in fact they were affected. If Singapore or South Korea were affected by the rare earth metal ban. But it looks like it does look like they're going to restrict rare earth exports to the U.S., meaning they may restrict rare earth metals to U.S. vendors. And if that's the case, that could be very devastating. It would affect whether you get an iPhone 8 or an iPhone 9 or an iPhone 10 or an iPhone 11. You may have to settle on an iPhone 8. Gee, you might have to use your technology a little bit more and not cater to this conspicuous consumption consumeristic society. What a concept. You know, I'm not worried if China does restrict rare earth exports to the U.S. because we could always open up the mining of the moon, which I'm sorry to say hasn't been done yet by anybody. Because we never even landed on the moon, that's why. Hey, if we can get some sort of a lunar module to land with robots and do some mining, that'd be great. That's all I'm asking. I don't even need to send anybody in the air and say, oh, one great leap for mankind. You have the iPhone 5? Well, that's nice. But the iPhone 8 is already in pre-design, so you're kind of behind the times. Hi, Sunchild. No, I'm just kidding. You have the iPhone, it's up to 15 now? The iPhone release date for 15 was, yeah, I'm not sure. That was the 5. I don't know. I think you're just making that up. You started using an Apple phone for work after using Android for a few years. Apple phones suck. LOL. Badger Waxer. Thank you. Okay, next story. The Navy's electromagnetic railgun may finally see testing on a warship. They would love to, face off with another country. A lot of the recent development in the military has been to take intermediate nuclear force treaty weapons that could easily be used tactically in areas around the world now because the INF treaty is now null and void. What they're doing is putting railguns on ships and taking existing weapons and putting them on land because they want to beef up our intermediate nuclear forces because Russia seems to have a similar plan. But this is putting a railgun on top of a ship, which is extremely powerful. After more than a decade of research and development and upwards of $500 million in funding, the Navy finally plans on testing its much-hyped electromagnetic railgun on a surface warship in a major milestone for the beleaguered weapons system. Okay, well, I'm not against the defense industry. I just feel that it should be more about the defense of our country as opposed to offense. We need to be defense focused primarily, and we could even sell to our enemies if we had a really good defense system. Well, we've got a lot of chatters. People are coming to the show. I know I made a complaint yesterday about the fact that iVlog requires guests to sign in now. And I had a little, conflict of opinion with the people over there about the purpose of that. To me, a guest chat would be open to anybody, not having to sign in through email. So I found that kind of interesting. And I never thought that guest chat was really a problem on iVlog because they had that plan where you can't spam. And that, thank you for featuring me, but that plan really does work at iVlog. The anti-spam feature where they can't hit the same number 1,000 times and keep sitting, it's a really nice feature. That enough was more than enough for the iVlog security, but they claimed they had a troll problem. And then they claimed they had to shut down the guest chat accessibility, so now you have to sign in just like you would with a username. Kind of strange, and it happened at a very odd time. I was getting a chat from somebody in Thailand claiming that they were fleeing a desperate situation and had cashed out all their money just to buy a flip phone to send me a message. And right after that, my chat went dead. That was a very strange time in which, and I logged it. I've never seen anything like that. I know you're here as a guest, but you had to use your email address to become a guest. And that's the problem. All these gatekeepers like Vaughn, like iVlog, like Periscope are keeping people from seeing our show. It's weird. It's like average people can't even get into our show at all. And I've been looking at this from all different angles. We've got a pretty cool alternative website out there called coolrock.com. And you can't even watch it on most browsers across the globe unless you have Opera. Opera is the only one that'll open it because it's not an HTTPS site. And I'm not harvesting any cookies. We're not doing any data mining, nothing. We're not even taking a guestbook entry yet. We're thinking of adding a guestbook to that site. But seriously, I'm sure people have to go to internet cafes to access our show. It's kind of weird. That and the UHF broadcast. Okay, let's go to the next story. 1 dead, 130 injured as twisters rip through the Ohio and Indiana area. Very unlikely, but hey, there you have it. People losing their homes. Luckily, that guy was at a brick house. Like the legendary story of Three Little Pigs, you know, one was in a brick house and survived. Okay, Morgan Stanley says the economy is on recession watch as bond markets flash warning. Warning, warning, Will Robinson.
New reports, 5 pilots coming forward over the weekend saying they've had multiple mid-air encounters with high-flying, fast-moving objects. ABC's Gio Benitez is at the Hudson River right here in New York with more. Gio, the Navy is now investigating?
They are, Cecilia. Yeah, a lot of these UFOs have been captured on video, some of them over water, and now at least one pilot says he saw them daily. New reporting this morning on unidentified flying objects in our airspace. The New York Times speaking with 5 Navy pilots who've all said they've encountered UFOs during training missions up and down the East Coast. The pilots even noting that the objects were accelerating to hypersonic speed, making sudden stops and instantaneous turns, something beyond the physical limits of a human crew.
Clearly, this is nothing that we're used to seeing up there. We submitted a safety report saying that there was an unidentified object in our working space, and we don't know what to do.
This on the eve of a new History Channel series called Unidentified, Inside America's UFO Investigation.
The object then appears to accelerate rapidly.
The show chronicles a year-long investigation that includes former military intelligence officials speaking out on numerous reported encounters.
We trust the American people to know that there are certain countries that have nuclear warheads, and yet we don't trust the American people to know that there's something in our airspace that we don't know what it is.
Overnight, the Navy telling us that in recent years, there's been a number of reports of unauthorized and or unidentified aircraft in our airspace, and therefore, they've implemented new steps to report further possible incidents. And listen, nobody at the Department of Defense is saying these are extraterrestrial. In fact, they say that there could be earthly explanations for all of this, but a lot of people are left wondering, guys.
I like how you did the air quotes. Earthly explanations. We'll see. All right, more investigating needed. Thank you, Gio.
Okay, the market went down to 237 points down today. Everyone's worried about Donald Trump starting a war with Iran, not negotiating trade deals with China. It's heating up. Him flippantly making statements left and right has destabilized trade with one of our most important trading partners. Now they're willing to impose, or there's talk of them being willing to impose complete cutbacks in their exports of rare earth metals, which would affect production in all different areas of technology. Because rare earth metals like platinum are used in the making of your iPhones, your laptops, etc. Okay, and Jeff Bezos and Mackenzie, who, when she split, she only took 1/4, even though she had entitlement to 1/2 of his estate. She somehow lost $37 billion on that deal. Now, she's such a nice person, she's willing to give half her fortune of $37 billion to charity. So I think Jeff Bezos somehow married a saint and then gave her up for some woman who had a thing he had a thing with, a fling with. It's so sad to see this. Her efforts to share her wealth go well beyond anyone's even imagination. Mackenzie is going to be amazing and thoughtful and effective at philanthropy, and I'm proud of her. Her letter is so beautiful. Go get him, Mackenzie. So she's giving her pledge of half her income to charity, the Give Pledge, and Jeff Bezos hasn't made that Give Pledge. Warren Buffett has made the Give Pledge. But it's interesting to see how giving she was and willing to give. It's almost like he married a saint. Yeah, so she's received 25% of her ex-husband's Amazon shares, but worth about $36 billion. But believe me, that was worth more than that. With a good attorney, she should have gotten half of the estate. I don't understand why she settled for $37 billion, but now she's willing to give half of that away. So it just shows you how nice she is.
Lead to conflict between the parties become a whole lot easier.
Jeff Bezos keeps the voting shares in Amazon. He also keeps complete control of the Washington Post and Blue Origin, his rocket company.
Okay, we're done with that story. Thank you. So renewed trade tensions and a slump in economic data put U.S. profits and economic growth at risk. All right, so thank you, Bengalitis. Sarah is here.
I'm glad he had a great vacation. I hope he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He went traveling. DEA wants more marijuana grown and fewer opioids produced in 2019. Really? That is a good sign that the DEA is starting to look at reality. We've always known this to be the truth. Our country has benefited so much from legalization in recreational states.
I was going to scroll down and read the rest.
Yeah, I'm going to read the story here. Sarah's going to look at the story while I take a break.
Sounds good.
Okay.
They want to more than quintuple the amount of cannabis that can legally be grown in the U.S. for research purposes. Right now, 1,000 pounds of marijuana can be grown for research purposes. They're going to allow 5,400 pounds a year to be grown for research purposes. Nice job. I like it, DEA. Good job. Okay. Hello, Sosadi. Hello. Oh. Wait. Is this, you're in the critical. I had to read your name a couple times. Critical. Hello. What do I think of that? Can you get your thoughts and opinion? David's would say, yay, more marijuana. Now, what about the less opioids? I agree with that too. They're also pushing to reduce the amount of certain opioid drugs such as oxycodone, hydrocodone, morphine, fentanyl, and others that are produced in the United States. We've lost too many lives to the opioid epidemic, and families and communities suffer tragic consequences every day. DEA Acting Administrator Udom Dillon said in a press release. This significant drop in prescriptions by doctors and DEA production quota adjustment will continue to reduce the amount of drugs available for illicit diversion and abuse while ensuring that patients will continue to have access to proper medicine. U.S. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, a longtime opponent of marijuana legalization, added that the opioid epidemic that we're facing today is the worst drug crisis in America. Cutting opioid production quotas by an average of 10% next year will help us continue that progress and make it harder to divert these drugs for abuse. 10%, that's it? Well, it's a start. I do hope the DEA sticks by their word as well. What an imposter. Pirate, actually, they say Americans are some of the hardest working people, that they have a difficult time taking a day off. Like yesterday, we have Memorial Day here in the United States, previously known as Decoration Day after our Civil War, and we went and decorated the graves of Civil War soldiers, but now often known as barbecuing and things like that. And people have a hard time taking a day off, I would say. It's true. I know I did have a little bit of a hard time, but I mean, so I got some things done that had been hanging over my head and things like that. Smaller jobs I needed to do around the house, you know, working on my honey-do list, or I could paint my neighbor's fence, that's true, but no, my neighbor doesn't have a wood fence like I do. At least I don't have full around my complete property, but I do have a little bit. Too lazy to paint my neighbor's fence, yes. You should paint your neighbor's boat. Hello, Scissor Fight Hugs. Welcome back. I just hope you had a wonderful Memorial Day and a good vacation. That's true. There is a difference between jobs and work. Yeah, I did enjoy my 3-day weekend, but going back to work today was definitely difficult. It's just like, gotta go back. Just one of those things. Here we go. Okay, thanks for your opinion. Basket of muffins and 2 eggs? Are those left over from the muffin recipe? You got so rich that now you can visit the USA as a tourist? Fantastic, Pirate. Well, you should ask her to eat some cookies with you, Jeff Gordon Ramsay. Would you like a cookie? Would you like to come over and eat some cookies with me? So then you, 2 birds, 1 stone, eat cookies and ask her out. And I mean, there you go, right? You have a specific, would you like to go out sometime? And then you have to think of like, where do you take her and all of those things. What do you do? What do you wear? Hey, would you like to come over and have some cookies and coffee? Also, I would also say, yeah, so that's, and do not fear rejection. I know it's easier said than done, but okay, if you do get rejected, you're in no worse shape than you're in right now. Like that's it. Come and eat some cookies with me. That might work. I know. Hey, little kid, would you like some cookies? She might be like a little shy with like, well, my mom told me never to accept cookies from strangers. Or she might just be kooky enough to go for some cookies. I would not so Saudi, but I'm sure there are people out there that would. Good. I'm glad you had fun. I had fun. I'm looking forward to, it's like after Memorial Day, it's just like holding on. Okay, we've got a lot of work to do though. But in school, it's just after Memorial Day, it's like, okay. And up here, we still have like a month of school. Okay, a little less than a month. We get out on the 20th, but still. It is 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that. 3.5 weeks. And so it's just like, okay, gotta hold the kids together. They're just acting a little bit. They tend to like. I think it's also any 4-day weekend they're like that. And then, of course, there was some changes in my schedule today, just because it's the end of the thing. About would you like some cookies? Is just the pickup line. Well, I saw a guy hitting on some women the other day. I was like, oh, he couldn't close. Well, one, because of his clothes, and two, because of his car. But he's like, hey, ladies, you're looking great today. And I was like, yeah, they are looking pretty lovely. But, like, how could I get it? How could he go to the next step? Sarah, have you had your cards read? No, I have not had my cards read. I did have my handwriting analyzed, though. That was pretty cool. Oh, and I read my credit card statements. Does that count? Actually, I pay off my credit cards in full every month. I'm one of those people. Most obstacles to become a millionaire are these women that say, help me. Then they keep you from, they take all your money. All right, Chef Gordon Ramsay, let us know how it goes. Guest link removed. Could you put a space between the site and .com? Maybe 744, because I can't do it. I know, universal basic income. True. Low 549, and I like all the guests. So I heard that all you guests over at iVlog, you have to like sign up with your email or something. But then why don't you just get a username then? I don't know if I would consider that perfection, eRoom American. Okay. Oh, I have heard of him, 744. And David has said, and he wants, isn't it $1,000 a month he wants? Because David has said if that person, if that individual wins the Democratic primary,
If
then
Yang
David
wins the primary, I'll match it and bump it by $10.
David will he will match it and actually bump it by $10. Whatever he's saying, he'll match it and bump it by $10. If he wins the Democratic primary. But we're waiting to see if, we're waiting to see if people actually, if that's what people want.
500 is a more realistic figure for our government's management, though.
All right. Yes, because of the government and how much to make sure the government doesn't go super deep in debt. David's keeping it at 500, which is $125 a week.
We started
Which,
at 500,
if
but
you,
I'll do whatever I have to do to beat a guy who's lying through his teeth. To
right,
election.
exactly. But if you consider the fact that we also want to have the homestead renewal plan, and most people's money goes to paying for housing, I think David has a better deal. David has already addressed this question, but he can address it. He might have to address it repeatedly. All right, Roger, out. 549 thinks we should be like Mexico and have zero welfare, but isn't Mexico talking about providing more opportunities for work, because they were talking about how they need workers to build their infrastructure, especially in Mexico City, and they're actually saying, well, we'll take the immigrants and put them to work down in Mexico City building up their infrastructure. I didn't say the USA, I was just talking about Mexico, pirate. Oh, that's a cute one, Gordon Ramsay, but I think it's too complex. And I don't know if she's that tech savvy. I don't know. You might be right, 549. New optical atomic clock has a heart smaller than a coffee bean? Wow. Yes, education is important. Some people think that's a form of government dependence, but I think education is very important. The atomic clock's atom chamber is a mere 3 millimeters across, mounted on a silicon chip. Wow, that is so cool. Optical clocks are a type of atomic clocks that keep time more reliable by using light turned to rubidium atoms. This allows them to beat trillions of times per second. That is a really cool story. Thank you for sharing. Be simple, kind, and direct. Yes. Here's this. Isn't that cool? There's a coffee bean. There's the atomic clock. Now researchers have engineered an optical clock with a heart smaller than the size of a coffee bean. The new clock uses an atom chamber 3 millimeters across, mounted on a silicon chip. And the world's tiniest optical gyroscope is smaller than a grain of rice. This is different from the chamber of atoms at the heart of optical clocks that used to run a meter across. The clock also features a pendulum that is a laser tuned to about 385 and 285th thousandths terahertz. What that means is that its light undulates 385.285 trillion times per second. That's too fast for modern electronics to count. So the optical clock uses two components called frequency combs. So interesting. Wow. You drove a taxi for 21 years. You've seen third generation welfare recipients. Yeah, because they go with their younger people go with their family to the welfare office, and then of course there's welfare where and sometimes they get more welfare if they have more children. They get pregnant as young as 14. That is really young. And then, you know, we feel like, oh, we can't blame the poor child that. And so I do understand helping the child that didn't ask to be born to a 14-year-old mother person. And then they collect as soon as the child's born and they call it free money. I would just say only food. That's it. Yeah, you're right. It's not common, but it does happen. Oh, in your voices, you're doing some impersonations, E-Room American. Yes, true. All from their checks. First of the month, all the places are packed. So true. We were just talking, McDundee, about welfare recipients. Their culture, as in the American culture 337, or the culture of people who receive welfare. You know what? That actually makes sense, Scissor Fight. Especially with the Affordable Care Act, being that you can be on your parents' health insurance until I think you're 21 now. And so it could be that you can only receive welfare at the age of 21. Yes, yeah, true, the welfare culture. There's also this thing with welfare culture or poor culture. I want to read a book by Ruby Payne. I think I want to order a couple books for the summer. But there's a mindset of like in a constant state of turmoil and constantly needing to be rescued, or if there isn't something tragic going on or like catastrophic, they create that stress and create something going on. Wow. 90 different forms for American veterans. Yes, the drama addiction. Oh, it's crazy. Andrew says there's an entire forum of people on welfare bragging about cheating the welfare system is being abused. They call themselves NEETs, and McDundee says this $500,000 is needed to get into the USA as an investor, and maybe $30,000 more for the lawyer, unless you want to buy land. But that all depends on the state. You have to find out if it's legal to buy land in the USA. Yeah, something is seriously wrong with the system. Morgan Stanley says the economy is on a recession watch as bond markets flashes a warning. Something. I'll have to look into that. I have not looked at my stocks in like 2 weeks, and I'm wondering maybe now is not the time to look at my stocks. Another one, really? 884? I'm sorry to hear that. Whoa. Oh. I have not invested in Bitcoin yet. No, I haven't. Mad Dog, you guys know I didn't invest in Bitcoin. I still haven't invested in Bitcoin, and now I feel like it's too late to invest in Bitcoin. Oh, yeah, it will be interesting to see. 549 says he's interested to see what the elites are going to throw at us after the populist shift in voting this past week in Europe Bilderberg meeting this weekend. You're right, son of Alpo, that's true. I'll think about putting some money into Bitcoin. Yes, I'm sure. You have to report Bitcoins just like any other investment, silver, gold, I guess. But do you have to, if you make Bitcoins, like if you're earning Bitcoins, but if you've already made the money and you're investing in it, then maybe not.
So Bezos' wife, not only did she get 1/4 instead of 1/2 of his wealth, but she's giving half of that away as part of the gift pledge.
Oh, one on her demise, right?
I don't know.
I thought that's what the gift pledge is.
It is upon, but she seems like she's going to start giving away now because her job now is going to be a philanthropist. She's just going to start giving money away. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Think Bitcoin needs to be replaced with mini Bitcoin? You mean like a spin-off so people that are low can do that? Huh. Okay. All right. Guess who's not attending Bilderberg? Jared Kushner. Yeah, Jared has said some things recently. I don't know if that means anything, so I tend to like Jared. Sarah Bingalitis says, Sarah, how do you feel about Mount Everest being reached by just about anybody nowadays? We're stronger people. I don't know. Oh, if Misanthropy was here, he'd bring up Tiny Coin. Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to do Bitcoin. $8,600. No. Hello, Sunstar 201. Yeah, exactly, Bingalitis. I remember that too, and I should have. Yeah, you're right. I could invest in fractions. You have almost. You have 4/10 of a Bitcoin. I might feel bad about it because I did know about it earlier, but oh well.
All right, I'll take over now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, David is going to take over the show. We were just talking a little bit about, I guess, the stock market a little bit, and that's about it.
Yeah, the stock market's got some issues.
Bitcoin and
Yeah, Bitcoin's what, are you coming back a little bit?
and we're talking about, I don't know.
Right. You don't have to buy one whole Bitcoin at a time.
Yeah, but I feel like I've already missed the boat on Bitcoin.
I would get involved in cryptocurrency. I just think it's a Ponzi scheme. And it's a last safe haven for lost money. Many people are trying to look for alternative places to stick their money, and they're getting desperate. And it could be Bitcoin, because we don't know who created it. It could have been created by the big money managers at JP Morgan. You never know. It may be one of those places that they're trying to. I know the Winklevoss brothers, the twins that sold Facebook to Mark Zuckerberg for $162 million. They took that money and parlayed it into a type of cryptocurrency, into buying Bitcoin, and now they're talking about working with Mark Zuckerberg and creating a new cryptocurrency for Facebook. Sure. You want Larry Sinclair on tap? We got it.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, that was Larry Sinclair in his testimony in front of the press corps that he himself paid for $6,000 just to talk about how he was pretty much outing Barack Obama and his sexual behavior and drug addiction. Because it upset him that Barack Obama claimed he only did crack back in Occidental College when he in fact had done it in 1999 with Barack Obama. And he had information about the limousine driver who would corroborate it. Nobody in the media, the deep state controlled media, wanted to talk to him about it. And Obama didn't want to make a big issue because if he had even acknowledged the guy, it would have been national news. So Obama never sued him back for defamation of character, and consequently Larry Sinclair is living in Mississippi, is it? And he even ran for office last cycle in the midterm election. Really, your show never ceases to shock me these days, Dave. Why is that? Yeah, all the stories of how much corruption there is. We feature a lot of that stuff. And the mainstream media won't talk about it. So I still think Obama was kind of a Saudi Arabian implant, sure. We know that Uma Abedin, the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton, has had a Saudi Arabian Secret Service title. Uma Abedin, I believe, worked through the Clintons and the Obamas to manipulate a lot of these things. And her sister, Eba Abedin, now played by the character Ocasio-Cortez, is pretty much been stuck into politics with no knowledge whatsoever what she says or does. So she's kind of winging it, pretending to be Ocasio-Cortez and pretending to have a degree in economics from Boston University. You gotta love that. Yeah, it all comes out from under the rug on our show, I know. We got a lot of link sharing that leads us to this information. I can't tell the difference between their faces, and I know the coloring is strictly due to the lighting, so they even style their hair the same way. Yeah, the wife of Anthony Weiner, Uma Abedin, who they say was allegedly involved in a lesbian affair and tryst with Hillary Clinton, had a sister named Eba, and Eba looks just like Ocasio, I think. I don't want them to be the same person. I think they are. No, they don't all look alike. No. I've actually measured their identical facial features and matched them up, and the nose is exact, the lips are exact, this section is exact, the smirk is exact. You see that smirk? That's a unique smirk. Look at this. You take a look at just the smirk. This section right here. You take a look at that. And then take a look at this. Tell me that isn't almost an identical smirk. Right down to the exact same. If I cavitate the position of the image, yeah, it's a pretty close match to the same exact smirk. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, unless I see them together in a picture, standing side by side, I won't be able to verify whether that's the same person or not. Well, it's not the look of the lips you have to worry about. It's the gross and extreme, almost maniacal look of greed. Yeah, take a good look at that. That's years of being treated special with affirmative action or whatever the hell she got. That's years of wanting more and resenting the white people around her. That's years of wanting money like everybody else that were white that she saw that really wanted to have money. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying it's bad for a Latina woman to run for office. I think it's great. We need more of them with less of this bold and gross greed. Somebody who has intelligence and deserves to be there. Whereas I have been censored for the past 10 years in my own country. A Latina who happens to answer an ad in a New Jersey newspaper, her brother answered an ad from the Social Justice Democrats and said, well, you want to run for office? And they just basically stuck her there and made her win. She didn't even have to work at it. I believe Bill Clinton has a son out there. There's a young mulatto boy that is Bill Clinton's son. Danny Williams claims to be Bill Clinton's son. Here he is. Here's a picture of him. I definitely see a facial comparison that would be a close match, yeah. And I don't know what fact check has said, but I think there's a definite possibility that he really is one of his adulterous love relationship children. Yeah. And when you think about this, this could even be more disturbing when you think that Bill Clinton may very well have been. Was Bill Clinton's love child found dead? Unreliable reports claimed he was dead, or is dead. Claim false. No, he's still living. But he could very well be his illegitimate son. And some people don't realize it, but Bill Clinton may very well be the illegitimate son of one of the Rothschilds. That's how he was given the Rhodes Scholarship and given such an easy ride in life. People like Bill Clinton that have been involved in so many nefarious activities like Managate or Mena, Arkansas, and the whole series of allegations of drug running. Oh my goodness, that story is just ripe with interest. If you want to go into a conspiracy world, look into the Mena, Arkansas drug running of Bill and Hillary Clinton. Lots of interesting things there. And let's not forget, this is when Bill Clinton ordered the death of 77 people at Waco. I'm not going to do a face comparison of Sammy Hagar and the other guy, no. Sorry. Well, Bill is looking good. He's got that adrenochrome going through his body. He's probably looks like $1 million right now. Yeah, all these people allegedly are doing adrenochrome. I can't verify that, but I can say that's pretty messed up if people are taking the adrenaline of tortured children. I can't even imagine that story even being real. But if it's true, my goodness, we've really come a long way into depravity. Speaking of 50-week jail sentence given to Julian Assange for skipping bail. Well, he skipped bail because I don't think he's even alive. My guess is that's a CGI. This image of him on a balcony was CGI too, by the way. There's one commonality between these two images. There was only one camera at this location, and there was only one camera at the other location. That means CGI could have been deployed.
After 7 years of self-imposed exile, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange was arrested on charges in what prosecutors call the largest ever publication of confidential documents on the agency. We have the facts. In 2006, he founded WikiLeaks, an organization that publishes and makes available documents and materials not intended by its creators for public consumption. Document dumps like classified government material, personal email correspondence, and money trail and banking information, all in the name of transparency. Since its establishment, the group claims to have published more than 10 million documents, often embarrassing governments.
That information never would have existed in the world had we not released it.
It didn't garner widespread coverage until 2010, when the organization published a series of leaks from former Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning. That leak consisted of nearly 750,000 classified and sensitive reports on the Iran and Afghanistan wars, State Department cables, and information about detainees held in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. In 2016, WikiLeaks made headlines again when the organization hacked and published nearly 20,000 emails from top officials in the Democratic National Committee.
Yeah, we got that. You know, I'd rather get more of the actual Wiki story because it died. The whole story on WikiLeaks died. Nobody's pursuing any of the WikiLeaks leaks on Podesta because it led to the thing called Pizzagate. And, right, CNN declared that Pizzagate was fake news. And then Twitter and, I guess, Instagram and Reddit banned. It was Reddit and Twitter banned the word Pizzagate, so you can't use it or your account gets taken down. So people can't share about child pedophiles in Washington, D.C. People can't talk about more investigations needed about child pedophiles in Washington, D.C. and Hollywood. Janet Reno, yes, she ordered the death of the people at Waco. And that was 77 people, 25 of them were children. So more people died at Waco by our incendiary devices, our government incendiary devices, than died in places like allegedly Sandy Hook, for instance, where 22 kids died. So allegedly. Is Assange an AI generated European? Yes. Assange was a real person at one time, but he was very greedy, and they basically bought him and his identity. So I don't know what happened to him. He may be living incognito in the witness protection program. Reno, yeah, ordered them to go in. Right, and they have trumped up charges about him, Assange, having raped 2 Swedish girls. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, I wasn't there. I wouldn't know. If I was a Swedish girl and he had raped me, I'd be a little bit pissed off about that. But if there is merit to it, I certainly want to, bring justice. But I don't think Assange exists. So that's why he skipped bail. Yeah, he just doesn't exist. He hasn't in a long, long time. Yeah, the Emmanuel Goldstein of 1984, right. I don't believe Assange was any more dangerous in nature than Bradley Manning, aka Chelsea Manning. I think both Chelsea and Assange both had the same level of espionage. And I think that Assange's his activities was sanctioned by our former or the president-elect Donald Trump. So in defense of Julian Assange, Donald Trump would have committed espionage too when he said, "Russia, if you're listening, I want you to get all of the emails of Hillary Clinton," and he's asking Russia to spy on our presidential candidate. That's espionage. And so Trump would be charged with the same 17 crimes that Julian Assange is being charged with. You've got Jackie Kennedy placenta spray, really? Yeah, here we go. The story of Jackie Kennedy's beauty was that she had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Her skincare was routine, surprisingly simple. Did she use a spray on her face? Her influence is still felt. Her flawless skin, right, there you go. Well, let's get to it. She kept her makeup understated and paid special attention to the products she chose and how she applied them. Very carefully applied them. The Fabulous Bouvier sisters, the tragic and glamorous lives of Jackie and Lee, details Jackie's beauty routine. Her skincare ritual was as follows. Wash your face with hot water and a rough washcloth, really rub, with upward strokes of the cheeks and forehead. Rinse with cold water. The shock will stimulate circulation and leave it tingling with the same upward motions of massage and a cream before using it. Do this before about 2 minutes, wipe it off. If it's left, you won't find it on the pillow the next morning. Right. Now they're selling a Rich Dorothy gray cream. Okay, I'm going to pass on that. Thank you so much, Petoro. Appreciate it. Okay, indictment Assange is blueprint making journalists into felons. Yes. Assange is strictly a shill, essentially, for the New World Order, and whatever they want to use to release damaging information that they've always wanted to release, they did it through Julian Assange. So I'm trying to read the article and I can't because they want to sell me something. Okay, it's okay. I don't do Washington Post, apparently. Is Melania pregnant again? Here she is in Tokyo with the Empress, or the First Lady Aki-Abe. Isn't that a great name, Aki-Abe? Shocking, a paywall. Well, everything online is free at Cool Rock. CoolRock.com. Everything's free. Japanese First Lady Ali Aki-Abe. Okay, is she pregnant? No. That's not a pregnant woman. Okay. Okay, I think it's safe to say she's not pregnant. No. Oh, come on. Why wait? Why be 85 when you pass away? Why don't you just live to be 200? Think of all the Social Security money you'd get then. Of course, Social Security won't exist then, but you don't need to know that. Social Security will be bankrupt by 2030, especially if the Democrats and Republicans take over. If I take over, I want to eliminate the cap on the payroll tax and make the payroll tax your income tax. It's very simple. Withholding tax should be just your company should pay your taxes. You shouldn't have to pay them. You work. You shouldn't be bothered if April 15th comes around. Let your employer pay your taxes for you. And I want to take the limit on the payroll tax off. So if you make over $130,000, you'll have to pay payroll tax on that money. The goal is very simple. It's a 10% flat tax on anything over $50,000. And that's what your company would pay. Not a cool idea? Companies will love it because they won't have to pay much more than the payroll tax. Pope says he would confront Trump directly on border wall. Well, that's nice. I don't think it's necessary, though, because believe it or not, the Pope has a fence around the Vatican. And I think he needs to stop. People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Well, popes that live with fences around them shouldn't attack border walls. He's willing to talk to the president in person. I don't think we need the Pope to pipe in on this. Remember the last time the Pope piped in? He made some pretty bold statements. Yeah. Like this one. Pope Francis is calling for an end of sovereignty and an establishment of a global government. That's not cool. At a meeting of the Pontifical Academy held recently, Pope Francis, shown in white, advocated a policy of decreased national sovereignty and increased global unity. A shift toward globalism is necessary, he said, in order to fight climate change and other worldwide threats. I'm sorry to say, but the Pope is wrong about that. In fact, global New World Order governance has led us to climate change itself, and I can prove it. They are systematically spraying chemicals above our heads right now as we speak. That's what they're doing. That's what your global New World Order is doing. To create climate change to justify a global New World Order. Now, the Pope has said that all the pedo priests were under Satan's direction and pardoned them all, and that's not appropriate. I'm sorry, Pope Francis, you're going to have to pull that one too. And we're going to have to ask you to take down the snake building at the Vatican. I'd like the roof taken off, and I'd like it turned into an arboretum, or arborita. Thank you. The whole concept, arborvita? No, that's a plant. The concept of a snake building at the Vatican just doesn't jive with Catholicism. Arboretum, thank you. Arboretum, why don't you come to my defense? Arboretum. I had a slight area in my head that got a little bit of wind earlier, so it kind of took off on its own. Thank you. Well, the hair has taken on a life of its own, actually. It's I think what happened was I didn't use conditioner in the last run, so it's kind of gone spiky on me. No, I'm looking younger, actually. I was told last night that I look much younger. And I'm sorry, Rodney, you can't come in under that name. Well, I don't know. I don't understand why they'd have a Vatican building shaped like a snake head. I don't get that. Could you explain, Petoro, why he has a Vatican building like a snake head? And what's the pictures of the demons all about? You know, Lucifer rising from the demons. And there's lots of pictures of demons in this sector right here. Oh, and even the Pope. I mean, look at you, sitting among the demons. And how come there's no crucifix in this particular building? These are questions only the Pope can answer. So get back to me on that. Donald is eating sushi. Uh-oh. This is not good. Now remember, Donald has a penchant for fish fillets. I do not believe that fish fillets were offered in the sushi selection. I know, Bam Margara. That Vatican snake is freaky as heck. I know. It looks like the scene from The Devil's Advocate. No, this is Donald Trump eating sushi. All right, thank you. Here we go. Let's up and away. Oh, very nice. I almost feel like he feels like he's in a cheap sushi joint in New York. It's like, look at that look of indignation on his face. Oh no.
Well, thank you very much. We've had a great time, a great stay, and tomorrow is really the main event, very important event in the history of Japan. It's over 200 years since something like this has happened, so it's a great honor to be representing the United States. And
200 years since a president went to Japan and had sushi? What?
The Prime Minister and I talked a lot today about trade and military and various other things, and I think we had a very productive day. And tomorrow, likewise, will be a very productive day, and I just want to thank you. That was an incredible evening at sumo wrestling. And the United States, we contributed. I did this one personally. I didn't want to have anybody get me in trouble, so we did it personally. We bought that beautiful trophy, which they'll have hopefully for many hundreds of years, and that will be their trophy for the championship, sumo championships. And I think it was very nice, and we really enjoyed being there. That was something to see these great athletes, because they really are athletes. It's a very ancient sport, and I've always wanted to see sumo wrestling. So it was really great. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, Donald, you didn't say anything about the dangers of the nuclear weapons that Kim Jong-un has, because Donald believes that Kim Jong-un does not have nuclear weapons. Donald Trump, yeah, I know, it matched perfectly. Donald Trump actually believes that, yes, thank you. Donald Trump actually believes that North Korea doesn't have any nuclear weapons. And he is not taking the word of our State Department. He's taking the word of Vladimir Putin. Okay? And when North Korea took this opportunity to blast off missiles over their head in Japan when Trump was visiting, not only was that a potential strike against our U.S. president by a foreign agent, but the possibility that, any one of those nukes could have attacked our own president is very possible. But for our president to not even be concerned about that and then believe that they aren't potentially nuclear is very disturbing. It's like he's rolling back our concept of what nuclear power and nuclear dangers are about 50 years. Because he believes Vladimir Putin over our State Department. Fascinating, huh? And yes, that orange does match. The orange... it looks like one of those koi fish that they have. In fact, those are the most beautiful koi fish, I think. It matches his hair perfectly. It's like a mini hairdo. It's like you could take his hair and blow. Yeah, see? Look at that. Perfect match. So I think he's underestimating the dangers, as well as not even showing respect for Shinzo Abe and his concern for the nuclear threat that North Korea has. Yeah. Well, be proactive, as in take something that will promote digestion, like something probiotic that'll help you. Yeah, the State Department is not full of crap. You continue to believe that our State Department is wrong in their assessment that Russia rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump. And that's what makes you a Trump-tard, happy hour. Yeah, a lot of you Trump-tards just don't believe in anything that is really happening. Everything's fake news to you. It's all fake news. Hello, 555 geisha girls watching from Kyoto. Thank you for coming in. As you know, I'm 6'4", and you ladies are much smaller than me. You're about 5 feet tall. I'd be surrounded by geisha girls at about this height. Bannon's got a wall now? Really? Bannon's group built the wall, a mile of it anyway, over the weekend. Oh yeah, I heard about Bannon. Steve Bannon wants to create a wall, and yeah. Well, we could have built a container wall by now. A mile isn't going to cut it. We need 1,000 miles, and we need it done now. I don't think Trump told Abe that Kim Jong-un was his best friend for life, but as you know, Donald Trump is required to say that he likes Kim because Vladimir Putin told him to. Vladimir Putin managed to get all of the meetings that Trump had. He arranged them all through his minister, Lavrov. Yes, the imposter Trump came to Kyoto with a wife to have sex with geisha. We said no. You girls, you go girls. I'm glad you did. Now there's a secretive Bilderberg meeting in Switzerland being held coming up May 30th. Some people are saying they want to sneak in. It's no longer a secret, is it, if everyone knows where it is? Looks like an old picture, but it's going to take place at the Hotel Montreux Palace in the Swiss town of Montreux from Thursday to Sunday. Okay, well, I definitely would never attend a Bilderberg meeting, I assure you, because I understand they grab anybody who's important and throw them into a room of Venetian royalty, and they have you sign a waiver saying anything that happens in the room you cannot sue them for. I am not snubbing your link. Let me take a look at it. They don't want anyone to sue them for all the secrets they're going to, offer the person. So they have to gain trust. That's why I would never even go to the Bilderberg meetings. I'm unbuyable, so I can't be forced to do anything. The real meeting is over at your place over a barbecue and a few beers, Mr. Colin. Okay. Now this is a pretty serious story that came from Ghost of Shannon out of Hong Kong. I'm a Pisces, didn't get an invitation to the Bilderberg group. Bummer. Yeah, what was the request that he had? Was it urination? What was his specialty, his fetish? Melania Trump wears a 10,000 pounds worth of dresses during 48 hours in Japan. Yeah. And not one mention of Fukushima. Couldn't they have done like a Fukushima garb that shows irradiated skin or something like that? Like, yeah, something kind of in honor of the poisonous water off of Fukushima. Yeah, I mean, I think Melania should go for like an LED dress next time she goes over there with blinking lights saying, I don't really care anymore. Yes. Donald Trump is going to try to make anybody investigating, anyone investigating violations of our national security, he's going to try to make that illegal. So that anytime anyone wants to investigate whether our country is being sold out to a higher bidder or Russia, they'll be arrested. Sounds like a man who's very guilty of collusion and obstruction. And the biggest of all, I think, is ridiculous. Donald Trump has told Pelosi and Schumer that he's not going to negotiate the budget or talk about the infrastructure plan unless they stop investigating him. Can you believe that? I mean, and this is a man who's been obstructing all the way. And according to the 448-page Mueller report, he was running around the White House all the time, obstructing, saying he wanted to fire Mueller and stop the Russian investigation. On multiple occasions in the Mueller report, they say he said that. Now, Mueller didn't interpret that as obstruction. Him running around telling people to fire this person, fire Mueller, and fire this person. I contend that that is obstruction by definition of the law. Intent is obstruction. If I intend to stop something from happening, whether I stop that from happening or not is irrelevant. The intent to stop it from happening is the level of obstruction we're talking about. That's the real issue. So I don't believe that Donald Trump didn't commit obstruction. I think he's still committing obstruction, and in a big, big way, trying to hold our country's budget hostage. It's crazy. Yes, you're right. The Trump administration undoubtedly calculated that Assange's unique unpopular status across political spectrum makes him the ideal test for creating a precedent that criminalizes the defining attributes of investigative journalism. That's right. And Donald Trump threw Julian Assange under the bus, even though he openly requested Russia to commit espionage on Hillary Clinton's emails. So by Donald Trump's own definition, if what Julian Assange did was espionage and 17 counts of espionage, then Donald Trump committed the same thing. So he needs to be prosecuted for espionage. A U.S. bad person came to Kyoto to meet with a young Maiko. We, Geico, say we only support handsome U.S. David Maiko. Dave Sponheim. Thank you so much. I'm trying to figure out what a Maiko is. Yeah. You know it goes to Shannon, right? You can interpret what a Maiko is to me. Of the geisha. A prostitute. Yeah, what's the difference between a Maiko? Well, the only difference between them is where they come from. In Kyoto, these women are called Geico, whilst in Tokyo, they are known as geisha. However, don't be too embarrassed if you forget the difference, as geisha as widely accepted term. To put it simply, a Maiko is an apprentice Geico. And here I was thinking I was insuring with Geico insurance plan here in America. So Geico is training to be a student, to please men. Oh, well, that sounds fine. You know, as you know, we want to decriminalize prostitution. You know that, right? And Sarah, we even talked about legalizing it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're very progressive in that department. There's no reason why the oldest profession in the world should be treated as though it's horrible. In fact, we need testing to make sure that people are safe. And if they feel like they're committing crimes, they don't get tested. That's even worse. Well, AOC got butthurt over the random White House photo of Hope Hicks. I didn't notice that. What does AOC look like when she's butthurt? Do you have any idea? Have you been watching any porn or anything? I don't think she's done porn. You would know if she has. You especially would know. All right, so we could talk about the truth tonight. The fact that they want to irradiate us. The fact that they want to push a 5G network on our heads and endanger the human species. We could talk about that. That is the truth. They're trying to push a very dangerous network of cabling and all kinds of things, updates we don't even need. I mean, we're all getting great reception on our 4K TV sets. We have no problem, no lag whatsoever. We have no need for a bandwidth because we still have that bandwidth we acquired in 2009 that Obama did when we forced all of our analog TVs to go digital. All that bandwidth is fully available as well, and we're not using it. So why do we need 5G? 5G is up and possibly hitting us with cancer-causing rays, yeah. I know my Wi-Fi apparatus has, I put a Faraday cage over it, which is ostensibly aluminum wiring like you get for screening material wrapped around it. You're in my good graces. I don't think that statement that you sent me from Mark was not true. I think it's probably true. Yeah. I don't think we can make anything a verb unless we go through the thought police and have them verify it. I've been telling people all along that our language is a living language. It doesn't have any specific guarantees of specific definitions. It's changing. And many years have passed when words became words that didn't exist before. Saran wrap became the word for plastic wrap, you know, things like that. If prostitution was legal, do you think that a bad thing for young girls? What kind of message were you sending? I think that's why I was heading toward decriminalization. Yeah, I was not in favor of legalization of prostitution initially. I believe that decriminalizing it is the best bet because you're right, it does send a message to young girls that it's perfectly okay to sell your body, and that's not the message we want to send. They're telling people in California that they could be child prostitutes and not face any crime. That's a bad thing. Yeah, you're welcome. The fact is, we're already creating a climate of sexual prurience in our media right now as we simply have all this stuff out there, and there's no way we can pull it back now. What we need to do is teach people responsibility for their bodies at a fairly young age, so that they make the right decisions about what they're going to do when they first experience sex. That's really important. I think education is our best bet here. They did a study in Bahaba, Maine. It was a great study. It was a high school in Bahaba, and they actually had the students carry a little fake baby around in high school to see what it's like to be with a child, and it was an eye opener. They had a potential daycare center built for the high school the next year. And they did this program, and all the people who were carrying this baby around, they were very, very concerned. There's like, I don't want a baby right now when I'm 17, 18 years old. And it actually made it so they didn't even need the daycare center the next year. True story. Yeah, and you carried a bag of flour. It's learning responsibility. I know there's a great show on TV called Shameless, the U.S. version, and the daughter does that in the series. She carries a baby around, a bag of flour, and she just wasn't ready to be a mother, Well, the reality is men and women have always been sexually attracted to each other. It's a natural thing. It's by design. Our species is set up that way. I would be agreeing with Alyssa Milano's sex strike if it meant that all women should not have sex, but women themselves are protesting that Alyssa Milano is having a sex strike. I'd rather focus on the Me Too generation and how these women need some prosecution of people like Harvey Weinstein. We haven't seen enough. But should women not have sex because Alyssa Milano says they should just say no to sex because they're being objectified? No, I would side with women should be able to do whatever they want. But the reality is, and it's a twisted world we're living in, a person like Donald Trump is seen as some sort of a sex, a very, sexually dynamic man because he had 2 adultery relationships ahead of his, with the knowledge that his wife was caring for Barron, who was only 1 year old. Now, these aren't just allegations. This has gone all the way to Giuliani admitting that Donald Trump paid Michael Cohen $130,000 hush money to Stormy Daniels. And the money that he gave, he had over $450,000 that he gave out to hush people up. Now we know that Stormy Daniels got $130,000. We know that Karen McDougal got $150,000 through the National Enquirer, but we don't know what happened to the other money and where that went. So there may have been something, some other sexual advances. But that is seen as like, oh yeah, what a stud. Whereas a woman who has multiple sex partners is seen as a whore. How totally unfair is that? I see him as a sleazebag. I do. And I see anybody who commits adultery as pretty sleazy. Period. Violating trust of the one you're with is tantamount to completely disrespecting them and not even caring about the person or their feelings. It's like completely disregarding the person you're with's feelings. That's a low blow for anybody, and that's disrespectful at the highest levels. That's why adultery is seen as equal to murder in the eyes of the Bible. And I'm not here to profess religion, but both the Torah and the Old Testament say, and Moses decreed, that it's a mortal sin to commit adultery and to kill. So that's why it's up there with killing people, because you literally destroy your trust in that person, and you literally destroy the person. It'd be better if you just broke off the relationship and started dating someone else. You're shocked to hear that we're shipping low-quality plastics all the way to Malaysia? I'm sure we're doing a lot of things. Donald Trump has done nothing with recycling. That truth is, Donald Trump has done nothing with the environment. Sunstar took a class back in a marriage class in high school in the 1970s. That's interesting. So here we have a story about Malaysia shipping 3,300 tons of garbage back to countries it came from. Well, good for them. Yeah, I think Philippines should ship all that back to Canada too. I agree. Absolutely. We humans do love our plastic, from our morning yogurt to our evening takeout. All this plastic feels impossible to avoid. The thing is, well, this plastic needs to go somewhere. Malaysia, a major plastics importer, is one of those somewheres. But now the country is shipping thousands of tons of the world's plastic back home. 60 shipping containers meant to bring in plastic to recycle were full of mislabeled plastic and trash that can't easily be recycled, like e-waste. That stuff is heading back home, according to Malaysia. They can't process this stuff. It's just garbage, stuck in a big, huge containers and packed to a hilt. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen. Ultimately, we need to stop creating waste. Yes, we need to, and people in developing countries have to do a better job recycling. But you know, I can't even get my Republican friends to admit that recycling even works. I know Donald Trump doesn't want to be president. It was just for his brand, his whole branding. Yeah, that's his basic low. Okay, there was a fence expert at the White House at the meeting. He mentioned technology, and Trump said nobody knows more about tech than Trump does. What an idiot! He claims to know more than a fence expert at the White House. Well, the fact is, most Republicans say recycling doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. We only recycle 10% of our garbage anyway. That's the problem. So banning plastic is the least we can do at this point. I am issuing a decree, my fellow Americans. It's been a long time since I had my head blown off, but here I am, back again in the form of David Sponheim. Da 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 da. So what we need to do is ban plastic. We need renewable solutions in our country, like this ocean pipeline project and these great ideas that David has. But reality is, banning plastic is something that has to happen. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Yeah. So I will be putting a ban on plastic as soon as I become president. It won't be implemented right away. We're not going to ban it straight up. Everything has to be in slow processes. I'll be working with the plastic companies to develop recyclable plastics. And we'll also come up with a way of adding cornstarch to plastic mixes so that these people can still stay in business. We're already seeing this going on in the Keurig business. You know, the guy who created the Keurig coffee cup, very popular in America, where you put your little cup in there and get your one thing of coffee. He had no idea that there would be this much plastic waste as a result of his Keurig coffee cup. So they've been doing a lot of work. One company in San Francisco, the roasting company, San Francisco Roasting Company, is doing corn husk and wood pulp in their upper section that need to be heated up, and you can actually compost this stuff. Corn husk and wood pulp. And there's also and they have little filters in the baskets. That's a good one. But according to Keurig, they have a new recyclable plastic that can actually break down. So the segue to, when I say ban on plastic packaging, we're trying to segue to renewable, recyclable, and reusable. Okay. We don't usually run Ocasio-Cortez clips here, Misanthropy, but I'll look at it a little bit later. Because of her extreme greed and desire for power, and the fact that she gets all the free press she wants and I get none, makes it difficult for me to actually play her voice screaming about all these ridiculous things she knows nothing about. I don't even believe 25% of U.S. waste is recycled. I believe 10% is. But if you get 25%, that's great. We've got antibiotics and things like Viagra in our waters. Yep. We need to get moving on a recyclable plan here in America, and Trump doesn't even know the beginning of that. He has no idea. And we have a visitor in our pro cams, Zetterbeard. Hey, man. He's given us his thoughts in the show. Nice to have you in. Hanging out, smoking a doob, enjoying the show. That's what this is all about. Yeah, I think it's great. People can smoke pot in recreational states and enjoy our show. Of course, I say that just to, meet and comply with national law. The Ocean Pipeline Project is an idea that really makes sense for areas like California, which is facing a massive amount of evaporation due to weather modification. Now, not only will I stop the chemtrails in California that have been happening, pushing all kinds of things are happening to create the arid climate in California. Not only will I do that, but I will also make sure that we have a fresh water supply in the salad bowl of California, which is the central California area. The Kern County, you were watching a video about nitrates in the soil recently. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they need fresh water that is pure fresh water, not contaminated, because a lot of the groundwater in California is filled with nitrates. So we can bring seawater in, and we can even take that nitrate water and filter it this way. Evaporation is the best way to get pure water out of seawater or toxic water. Evaporation, preferably not toxic water, because I think its toxics will almost contaminate the Ocean Pipeline Project. But seawater definitely could be desalinated at a rate of 3 gallons to 5 gallons in these units per day. And these units are about 7 feet by 11 feet, and they're stackable. They could go on 18-wheelers. They can go on rail lines. We can build a 200-mile fence within a 6-month period using this modular construction. And we can have the seawater pipeline rolling out 50,000 gallons for a 200-mile stretch. So say we go from LA to Vegas with the seawater pipeline or an ocean pipeline, we will actually have 50,000 gallons a day fresh water to give to Vegas, Phoenix, Flagstaff, Tucson, whatever we can pipe out there. All right.
The problem with I would love to ban one-use plastics, by the way.
Yeah.
But the problem with banning plastics, I've heard with like grocery bags, for instance, is actually the purchase of other bags goes up, including like trash bags and Ziploc bags and things like that. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you charge people for bags, so it's that we don't ban them, but you charge them 15 cents a bag, then they actually have found, I just heard this on NPR a couple days ago, they actually found that either way, either banning or charging people, you end up with about 50% of the people getting rid of their plastic bags and starting to use their own.
People will buy these cotton bags or canvas bags,
or they'll buy the ones if you sell them their bags.
Yeah.
And
so you could use your own. That's the point. I mean, we want to minimize plastic packaging, basically.
Yeah, doing both, having the option of using your own or buying them. Yeah.
Now, Meow TV believes that we could take a neutron beam from a particle accelerator near a volcano and transform all trash into radioactive dust and use a lava trench that encapsulates the dust and shields it. Then you create coral reefs with it. Very simple. I think you're onto something there, Dr. Meow. I think your idea is relevant and very real. The idea of burning the plastic in an area that is so already filled with heat is brilliant, really. We don't have to generate any energy this way. We merely have to transport the plastic to the edge of the volcano. I think it's a great idea. There's always the potential that it will explode into toxic benzene from the plastic burning next to the steam. You know, you can't really control it when you hit the lava. But transporting the trash into radioactive dust sounds to me like a pretty dangerous and explosive situation. If there was some sort of a dome over the lava that could prevent it from going airborne, and it had like a little suction engine, you hear that sucking sound? That's radioactive dust being sucked into a vacuum cleaner. Well, that's the kind of stuff that we need to do in order to prevent that radioactive dust from going airborne. But you're onto something really, really good. I like the idea, I really do. It's innovative, yeah. It's that one contact point. They have a vessel that was used when they tried to determine if Bashar al-Assad of Syria had chemical weapons. They sent a ship that has these amazing incinerators on board to do the incineration of any chemical weapons that he had, and they used it. This is the only ship of its kind in the world, and I think we could probably, you know, implement a couple more ships like that to provide toxic waste cleanup zones. And ships can get to a port much faster than any other means of transportation. We could build these ships and we could put them in ports, but the most intelligent idea, obviously, is to put it in areas that are already hot, like a lava bed. Okay, I'll be back.
I just added some Infusium Step 3 leave-in conditioner in my hair. That's
good. Yeah.
Just a little bit. That's what I did to my hair. But it was feeling kind of dried out and not looking that great. So, all right. One of the things I was going to say about plastic bags is if we worked with, or grocery stores worked instead of we. I don't have time to do this, but this is a great idea. If you and or grocery stores built a bin in front of your store to say, need a bag, take a bag, leave a bag, that might be, and then you just, because there's some people that like buy extra bags because you forget your bag in your car or whatever, and then you just be able to take that bag in and go shopping with it. Well, some people aren't going to want to use that bag, but some people really do. Yeah, actually, they do that out in the San Juans. I think that's what they do. It's like an Uber bag, true. Your Trader Joe's has a plastic bag donation bin by the doors. That's good. Well, Misanthropy, usually they're just fine they're fine bags, but I understand you should use your own shopping bags and not worry about anybody else's. At least are you as bad as that person that like uses their towels once and then sends them away? You might be right, Jack. The plastic conditioning used by all industries on the planet. What is the plastic conditioning you're talking about? It's like trying to stop the climate warming by stopping farting. But what's the plastic conditioning? Are you like plastic packaging? That's where it's like everything that's packaged is in plastic. It's crazy. Drives me crazy. Anyway. I agree with that chat room celebrity. Sometimes reusing bags too many times. I know some people wash their bags out to reuse them. In a big city, it's possible. Start with one apartment building, Reptoid. Just reuse your own bag like 200 times. Well, it's more like need a penny, take a penny. It shouldn't be a liability issue. It's up to the people. If they don't want to take a bag, they don't need to take a bag. They can always buy a bag. Oh, so true. Good point, Dr. Meow. Oh, yes. Can't we reuse some of that tarping at least? Whatever is being transported, there's always waterproof protection on it. And they use the big sheets of saran wrap, like around everything. I know. I wish I was like you, Dr. Meow. I'm only halfway there. No, not even. Well, I'm more than halfway there, I think. But I've never been tested, so I don't know. But you're so right. Even if we got rid of the plastic packaging inside, there's a special term they call it, but they just saran wrap like entire pallets of stuff. That's a lot of packaging. Yes, you're right. Plastic conditioning, whatever. They wrap pallets with plastic. Yeah, it's crazy. That's a lot of, yeah. If we could get something else that they could wrap them with. Shrink wrap, yes. They shrink wrap everything. Everything that's shipped basically is shrink wrapped. Well, if at least the shrink wrap could be recycled, that would be a good step. I think, what would you like to talk about, Ms. The Answer B? But if we use netting, that would be better. Yes, so true. I worked in a manufacturing facility too, where they shrink wrapped entire pallets, everything. You're right. You're right. The plastic bags people use is like a drop in the bucket compared to that. Oh, that might be fun. Have you ever seen fried green tomatoes? Oh, there's a scene in there. Oh. Militaries use nets, but they're plastic. They're not even like hemp or anything. Oh, yeah. True point. I didn't even like the whole movie Fried Green Tomatoes. I just liked like one concept. And you already said the concept in one sentence, so there you go. Yeah. You could go back to steampunk brass packaging. Zitterbeard, what are you drinking? Is that lemonade or something? I have to wait for him to hear me. Yeah, that's true. All the carrying of the brass. Cardboard. I mean, everything can be done with cardboard. The problem is that oh, that's water. Okay, a water jug. All right. I mean, then the problem is though they put them in cardboard boxes, but then they put the cardboard on a pallet and then they shrink wrap the pallet. Whereas really it should be like giant big pieces of cardboard. So then they put them in the box and then put this cardboard around it and then like just seal one corner. That would be good. Oh, cardboard gets wet and wet creates bacteria and food can't be put in something wet. Well, no, then you tarp it. Then you have a tarp that like goes and just zips up and then it's good. Yeah, duct tape though is almost just as bad because it's plastic too. Yeah, plastic panels that are reusable. I understand the plastic, but reusable plastic panels. You never used a tarp? Tarping is, yeah, waterproof. It's pretty cool. Wait. Yes. Thank you so much. I love you, 236 Wolf, for bringing me the news. I knew it was coming. Are you ready? Misanthropy. They gave me a link. No, I don't want people lined up eating out of pig troughs. They might urinate in that, but yes! I'm happy. Washington governor signs a bill to allow composting of human bodies. Recompose is spearheading a greener green burial. Alright, I know David doesn't like G. Inslee, but I really like the human composting thing. Oh wait, that's Zetterbeard. Let me go here. It's not morbid, it's awesome. Oh, David, I do have to add this to my memorial plans. I already have my memorial service planned out. I have been feeling morbid recently, I guess. I guess I missed it. So it was the other day, 5/26. I missed it, but okay. The composting of human remains within the states. I did, though, have an experience with my compost pile today. That was a little bit weird. Which was when the compost doesn't turn into soil. And it's been sitting there since September or end of October. And it's still not turned into soil. And it's just dendrified. And it's like, oh no, kind of gross. Anyway, so I had to mix it up. Okay, the bill, it allows natural organic reduction of human remains, and it also legalizes alkaline hydrolysis, a base chemical process that also uses heat, pressure, and water to liquefy remains. Ew, no. Bone is not liquefied in the process, so it can be crushed and given to loved ones. Alkaline hydrolysis is legal in 19 other states, according to the New York Times. I do not want alkaline hydrolysis. Well, no, burial in a cemetery, what they do normally, Dr. Meow, is they pump the body full of formaldehyde to prevent it from decomposing. And then they seal it in a solid metal casket to also prevent it from decomposing. Then it doesn't actually decompose. Oh, in France you might have a different burial.
Justice Scalia died.
Pardon?
When Justice Scalia died, they had a police escort to the nearest mortuary, and they immediately flushed his body with embalming fluid.
Alkaline hydrolysis? No.
No, he used embalming fluid.
Embalming fluid,
which is what you're saying, formaldehyde, and that gets rid of forensic evidence.
Yeah.
But that wasn't enough. Then they cremated him, as if they covered up any sign of forensic problems.
Yeah.
They cremated him after they embalmed him.
So they legalized human composting in
Seattle,
Washington State.
Yeah, I know.
All of Washington
I heard
State.
about that. Yeah.
That would be a good business to get into.
Human composting is pretty morbid.
It is pretty morbid.
Yeah.
They don't do embalming in France, according to Dr. Meow. So this, it doesn't take place until May of 2020. Okay, I've just got to stay alive a little bit longer. Another year. Did broke Tiger Woods OD? What? I haven't heard. Yeah, Misanthropy, you didn't tell me. Okay, you were sitting on a flight next to a man reading Flying Coffin. Was that some kind of short book, or is it like a magazine for morticians? You want to be mummified? Yeah, that would be cool. I don't have to buy the corpse. Wait, who? Like, by what do you want to be eaten by? By worms like me, or something completely different? Okay, that just took. Okay. You're already mummified, happy hour. You want to be eaten by people? So you want to be Soylent Green. Who knew that people wanted to be Soylent Green? Have you seen that movie? I have not.
Amazon has a pine box for $4.99. There's a pine box for $4.99. A cedar box. Yeah, $4.99. It's a pretty good. If you have a carpentry
Pine or cedar,
ability,
there is difference.
Yeah, but the cedar's like $12.99.
Okay.
But the pine is $4.99. If you know carpenters, you could actually make a business of making pine boxes, and they do pretty well. Undertakers and real big business.
Dr. Meow says that they don't use formaldehyde in his country or in France.
Embalming
That's
fluid.
what he claims.
What ethically better fluid? I mean.
Well, he says that he said basically, what's the difference, burial or this human composting? And there's a huge difference in the United States.
Huge, yeah.
You have Soylent Green, but you haven't gotten around to watching it. We'll watch it together someday. How do you find out how to become a human composter? I think that we just have to register with the state and there's a company called Recompose, an organization that wants to offer composting as an alternative to green burials and cremation. So there's already one company out there.
So funny, the rabbit looks at me and kind of jumps, knows that I'm inside.
That's cool. Traditional burials usually require embalming chemicals and caskets that will remain in the ground for centuries, if not millennia.
Yeah, a typical vault with a really good 20-gauge steel casket and embalming fluid runs roughly around 8 to 10,000 in general market today. 8 to 10,000, whereas cremation and urns cost about $2,000.
Do you think I should invest
$6,000.
in this company called Recompose, or should I start a human composting business?
I'd rather you invest in a company as opposed to starting a human composting business. Yeah.
Misanthropy says start your own. I don't know if I have time to start my own.
It's
I'm
too
a very
weird.
busy woman.
You're dealing with a lot of weird things. And
mortuaries
are not exactly.
Misanthropy said he's pretty sure they're going to have very strict rules.
And the state would want to oversee your operation, and you know how that would be. Especially
Well, you know what Misanthropy and I want to do.
Turn everything into what?
No, we want to I want to buy some property and then start a human composting marijuana farm.
Using human bodies as human fertilizer for marijuana? Yeah, that's a little out there.
Smoke your loved one.
He hasn't. Yeah, really. He hasn't even built his tiny house yet. He's kind of in the talking stage.
Are you just in the talking stage?
Yeah. He is in the talking stage. Hey, Amber.
I know. Well, I haven't done Amazon yet. That's true. I don't have any Amazon stock. You're not doing anything until next summer, and that's been the plan, and it's not legal until next summer. Anyway, I don't know if I have the money to invest in it. I could. I like your idea, Happy Hour Crypt Kush. That's a really good name. Headline: Teacher turned composter. No, turned mortician.
Well,
That's,
if
they
you
would
want to take
check.
the worm thing to the higher level, then you'd be better off just buying some land and using it as a human composting area in Seattle.
I know.
And starting, and you might want to just help the homeless initially at that property.
No, I don't. They're just too crazy and they're too much into drugs, and I don't do it.
Yeah, so keep homeless out of your human composting area. That's good.
Well,
I think they call these things FEMA camps. where they have both-
why? What?
Well, they have both they have an incinerator at the FEMA camp, and they have homeless solutions for FEMA facilities. So they've got the whole thing. They've got the incinerator and the homeless solution all in one at the FEMA camp. That's how they're designed.
Okay.
There's over 800
Memoirwana. Ooh, I like that. Memoirwana.
Memoirwana.
Memoir.
Memoirana. Memoirana. So smoke your family, in other words.
Yeah.
Well, you may be smoking
Exactly.
somebody else's family. And that may be a bad thing.
Yeah. Do a beautiful white muslin. Don't do metal or wood. Yeah. Let the worms and bugs, they do the natural job. But you know what? I did have an issue with my compost.
Okay.
Memorywana. Yeah, I have heard the compost ones where they have a pod and your ashes and tree seeds that grow into a tree after you're dead. That's true.
I would rather move to Alaska and homestead some really northern property and turn it into an ice storage for cryogenics. I think ice storage
David
is
wants
far
to do
more.
cryogenics.
I'd rather do
than I wanna
cryogenics.
do.
Yeah.
Well, they have some places around here called, they have places where it's, what are those called? Glaciers?
Right. Natural glaciers.
So we could find a place that has a glacier.
Yeah,
But
I
of
mean,
course, that's all going to be melted with a
we don't want to melt a
global
glacier.
warming.
We don't want to melt a glacier. No, I'm thinking Alaska, the northern reaches. Where that woman had her stuff out there.
I do not want to live in that cold area.
I don't want to live in it either, but I thought, wouldn't that be a great way to start a cryogenics lab?
David wants to be cryogenically frozen, and I want to be composted. We've let everybody know.
We've covered
our
the territory
plans.
there. Yeah.
Yes.
She wants the composting thing. I want the ice storage forever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I know cryogenically frozen.
Well, that's
Well,
the
you know
ideal.
what? It's
That's the ideal.
weird.
Yeah. What?
Ironic. Their one place that they do cryogenics is down in the desert.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
It's kind of bizarre, but
I have 180, actually 160, 140. It's getting closer to 140
is
years
that
left.
before or after you're cryogenically frozen?
Well, no, I want to live to be 100 or 200 years old and then be cryogenically frozen. That's my life goal.
I don't know, but I have already planned my memorial.
Wow, that's depressing. I've got to wait 140 years to do that.
And it's all in my journal, so you'll have to find that.
Oh, I know, yeah. You better dog-ear that part of your journal so we'll know. Put a safety pin in there with a little tag saying my memorial. That'd be the best way. No, seriously.
I know. I do have to do
She
that.
has planned the songs and everything, but I think this is just a really down concept to talk about on Truth Tuesday. Or maybe it's the best thing to talk about is
I love the idea
Destiny.
of human composting. And
How can
maybe
you
I
not?
will invest in this company called Recompose. But I had the
Ooh.
same issue you said you
Nice.
had with your the compost, where
Yeah.
you dug down and then it was like you found
Wasn't
some
moving
part that
around. You have to
didn't-
air it out. You have to air it out.
Yeah, so I had to dig some of it to air it out today.
You have to get the compost.
And I
with
haven't. There's other places I haven't dug
fiber.
down and
Fiber has to be introduced into the compost in order for it to breathe.
maybe.
You see, oxygenation is the key. These worms, they need oxygen. If they don't have oxygen, they go to the wetter the area that has oxygen.
That's true.
They respire, these worms.
I know they do.
Anyway, these compost bins are really amazing, and they're growing tremendous amount of compost.
Yeah, that was my problem. I didn't turn it.
Yeah, you have to keep turning them, and they make those barrels that roll. They have them on spindles,
Yeah.
and that's the best way. The barrel. Yeah, you need a barrel composting. They move them every couple, hours. You can actually move your barrel anytime you want. Just move your barrel.
The idea behind mine is supposed to be you dump it, you cover it, you forget it, but you have to cover it with like some
Peat
good
moss.
peat moss or something. And I don't think I incorporated enough.
You put
peat
some of
moss.
those paper trays that the kids used.
I
in
did
there.
do some of that, yeah.
That doesn't breathe. That's like fiber. It's really tight. But it's probably just as safe, though. I think putting regular paper, though, has got bleach in it. Regular paper would contaminate the worms a bit with bleach.
Yeah. I'm aerating it now. I just use the shovel. I don't think I need a pitchfork. Do you think I should get a pitchfork? I don't think I need a pitchfork.
Well, to turn it, you need a pitchfork, especially if you got a lot of fiber. It makes it a lot easier than moving it.
I'm
with.
not really turning it. I'm just like trying to loosen it up.
Okay.
But
yeah, well,
Anyway.
you got the whole summer to let it work. It's magic to create that worm bin.
the
So-
problem is I took out some of the worms that were in there and I moved them into a different bin, and I think that was part of the problem.
Yeah.
Is like,
They like being at home.
yeah,
They prefer being in that center place where they've been working diligently, and their family members are there too. So you essentially separated an entire family like Trump does down. The zero tolerance separates families down at the border. You separated a family of worms, and now they're alienated and they're not feeling as wormy, and they're not eating as much because of it.
Yeah.
They're all depressed. So you probably should have some worm psychotherapy out there. Give the worms some psychotherapy. Let them work through their problems, and maybe a certain type of music may make them generate more worm activity. What's the sound of worms? Anything? They are illegal, yeah. They're red wigglers.
they do. It's funny because I open up worm bin where there are a lot of worms, and this kid's like, I can hear the worms moving. I'm like, what? But
Okay, we've got an IMDb on a movie that is about cryogenics that's going to change my view of cryogenics.
oh, David might not want to be frozen.
Well, remember Rodney Dangerfield? And it's called Relive. Wow, I'll have to check that out. Rodney Dangerfield, I'll tell you, I get no respect. That comedian.
Yeah, he's
He-
got his head frozen.
Well, yeah, he wanted his body frozen. He put $200,000 together back when cryogenics were first in their early stages. It wasn't enough. And by the time he died, all they could say were, we'll freeze his head, but not his body.
That's so bizarre.
And I know. And I felt bad for the
Go
his
ahead and
wife,
freeze his body.
Mrs. Dangerfield. And the jokes about that could spin off in different directions, but she had to freeze his head,
I know.
But that's good. He was a fantastic diver, and his work, that's right, will be remembered forever. Okay, thanks, Sarah, for coming into our show and giving us your input on composting and humanure.
Okay, thank you.
We are talking about the same subject tomorrow night, so you'll feel comfortable in our Wasteful Wednesday show.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're segueing to another layer of Wasteful Wednesday tomorrow, too. It's just nonstop compost talk. Compost talk is our focus tonight. Compost talk.
I have no worm cleaning out there.
Welcome to America's Third Party Live Compost Talk. We're taking callers. If you have humanure issues or worm issues, or talk about how great your vegetables are doing, we'd like to hear from you. Everyone in the farming community. You want your tombstone to say, I thought of you as I was dying, and that got me closer to the white light. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Yeah. I have a friend who wants to put on his headstone, now it's dark. Well, isn't it great to have a relationship, period? We're a good match. Sarah and I work together well. We have a good working relationship. You got the Rodney Dangerfield incredible diving performance that he did in that movie. Yeah, he really was one of the most terrific drivers.
Here I am at the pool of the Tropicana Hotel. What a place. It's like an island in Las Vegas, you know? When I tell you, can't beat the scenery.
Exactly, and that's Rodney Dangerfield, and his dives were extraordinary. He did the triple Plutz, I think it was called.
He's gonna do the job.
It's going to do the dive, and he does the dive, right? And you can tell it's him.
There he goes. Wow.
That was just diving back up onto the board. Hey, we'll play that for you later tonight. That sounds like, otherwise they'll monetize me. Yeah, they do that constantly over there. YouTube laughed when I gave them a dispute recently. They put an over 18 disclaimer on one of our videos because I think it was one of those videos where somebody called up in the show and used the N-word. And they were gang stalking me doing that. These people, do a call up or they send a link and they somehow the N-word got into the audio stream, and I don't approve of that, as you know. I've never done a racist thing in my life, nor will I. But I can tell you that this is a sad day when we have to see our show turned into an over 18 disclaimer because of some idiot that calls up and uses the N-word. But whatever. They could have just pulled it out of the show. Yeah, Sarah, when I get to be 140, Sarah will be 120 and trying to retain her good looks. Well, the key is to actually not think about anything. That's the key to living long life. You see, your brain cells and neurons are actually consuming energy, just thinking. So if you give up thinking completely, you'll live longer. The old saying, ignorance is bliss. Voltaire wrote that in Candide. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, totally. Have you ever noticed how peaceful people look like when they're totally mentally retarded? Like, look at all the Trump-tards driving around in their pickup trucks, driving diesel trucks, you know, go blowing diesel fumes out of their back end. They all look so happy. They do. Blissfully stupid and uncaring about the world around them and the people that have to breathe their diesel coming out of their mufflers. Yeah, but thinking is free of charge. You're right. But eventually they'll want to RFID chip you and monetize your thoughts. Well, Dave, you know that thought, that fantasy you had about that, you know, that woman, that'll cost you. You now owe the Borg $350 for that porn thought you just had. Yeah, they'll try to monetize your thoughts. That's the next step. It's strange, isn't it, how they want to turn us all into robots? I think. And this is like a fixation. The elitists believe in a thing called transhumanism. They have this weird theory that they can somehow implant their soul into a computer, and the computer will take over for their life. They don't realize that their soul is locked to their brain, and that no matter how much data their brain transfers to the computer via neurons being monitored through various electro pulses occurring outside of our head, they can remember probably 99% of our life, but it won't be connected to the soul, and it won't be the same. There won't be a way of living forever unless you do it in this body that you've got. Now, the one thing they can do is replace your organs, and that's something that very well could happen in the next 50 years. We could have perfect organ replacement with donors created right out of our own bodies and our own stem cells. Those days are coming. So I believe the possibility there are people walking among the people on Earth right now that may live to be 1,000 years is very possible. We may have more Methuselahs than you even know. So I started the Methuselah Project, and I'm recruiting people to live to be 999 years, but I just haven't had a lot of people step into this fold. That's the highest level of the longevity plan I have at ART. ART was something I created, age reduction therapy, where you can reverse your age, essentially. You don't want to live past 100 years? Well, that's because you think you'll look like crap. But if you look young, you want to live longer. Yeah. The problem is everyone's looking so old, and our world is so polluted, it's going to pretty much compost our flesh as we walk around because of all the toxic waste that everyone's breathing. Okay, back to Chemtrail Alley. Yeah. Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead. There's a lot of clowns out there, yeah. I know. I can tell you I have never defrauded anybody. I do this show because it's my gift to you, to humanity. I know. Doesn't it suck when you realize you cannot control how old you look? I tried back when I was younger. I have a picture of me back in the 1860s. I know. It's a long time ago. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant the 1960s. Just kidding. But yeah. It's hard to hold back the aging process. I'm looking for that picture. This guy, Jacques Fresco, lived to be 100 years old. I sent him a birthday card on his 100th year. I did. People are wondering if I am human. I can understand why you might think I am not human. But this guy looked pretty good for his age. That's 100 years old. Seriously. If you want a better world, you have to get up off your ass and make it better. And I had a chance to talk to this man. I have a radio show, which I talked to him for a couple hours. If you go to our old site, click our radio icon, you can find it. Really? Jacques Fresco. Age of Death. I don't know. I'm gonna say 100. Yeah, he was pretty cool. Let me play a little clip of his, which talks about what he lived to be 101. That's even better to know. 101 years. Okay, I stand corrected. 101 years. Yay. I'll play a video of his. He was born in 1916. Wow. Beginning of World War I. It wasn't actually the beginning. It was, we were working up to the war at that time. Let's see. It was a war in some areas of the world. We have in our library a little video about him that's pretty good. I'll play it for you. He was the guy that came up with the Venus Project, and he was known for his work at Northrop, where he created the flying wing, which happens to be the state-of-the-art technology that's currently being investigated by our top-secret Area 51 and Area 52 staffs for our military.
What the Venus Project proposes is an entirely different system that's updated to present-day knowledge.
We've never given scientists the problem of how do you design a society which would eliminate boring and monotonous jobs, that would eliminate accidents in transportation, that would enable people to have a high standard of living, that would eliminate poisons in our food, that would give us other sources of energy that are clean and efficient.
When we understand that it is technology devised by human ingenuity which frees humanity and increases our quality of life, we then realize that the most important focus we can have is on the intelligent management of the Earth's resources.
If you want a world without war, without hatred, with reduced crime, considerably reduced crime, then you must declare all of the Earth's resources as the common heritage of all the world's people. Anything less than that will be a repetition of the same cycle of problems. But there's no end to the possibilities, which I think haven't even begun yet. The civilized world hasn't even begun to get off the ground. The jobs that will be accomplished in the future, the marvels, the technology to come is unbelievable. And it's about high time we get off our self-centered, self-seeking, self-advantageous designs and get on with the social job that has to be done, namely the reclamation of the environment and human beings as well. So we welcome everybody's participation.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed the 2.5 hour conversation I had with him. It's good to be able to talk to somebody who's reached a state of transcendence. He transcended all of the controversy about him. He lived the life. He'd created a 13-acre location down in Venus, Florida. He and his wife, or his partner, Roxanne Meadows. She and I and Sarah, and we kind of teamed up to talk for a couple hours, and we discussed the future of politics. I still feel that his ideas were misconceived as communistic when they weren't. There was never a word at which he would mention the word communism. Yet people perceive that as communism. When you trust some sort of a computer system to make decisions for you, you're handing over a lot of trust to that. And we're eventually going to have to hand over a lot of trust to AI. We already have, unfortunately. Without democratizing, without actually getting a representative democracy to function, we've allowed AI to make solid decisions about our future, which could very well endanger all of us. And I think our military has been the primary focus of AI, and that's one of the big problems with the advancement that we have in artificial intelligence is the military has always used it for their advantage. Now, that's not exactly the best use of AI. What Jacques Fresco was suggesting was we should make it naturally distribute freely, and yeah, money is the big problem. That's the huge one. And he found that out when they got fired for making the flying wing. He got fired. Can you imagine being fired for making something as powerful as a flying wing? That was what pretty much cost him his job. They said, oh, that's ridiculous. And he was so far ahead of his time, Jacques was, that to this day, I still think he was one of the most important futurists of our time. Prior, we have people like Buckminster Fuller, who were visionaries and did amazing work with vehicles and development of geodesic domes, which to this day we can build upon. But I don't think our country and our leaders have been working in that direction. I believe that they're very self-centered. Even Donald doesn't even care about the environment, doesn't care about homelessness, doesn't care about the future of our technology evolving toward green energy. He seems to be devoid of any real connection to the nuts and bolts of commerce and building industry. Donald is a money manager. He's a liquidator. He's been managing money. He calls himself the king of debt. So consequently, he actually overspent $1 trillion per year since he's been president. And that's put us in a very vulnerable state. So now, with all this massive debt, and he's rolling even faster than Obama did, he's offering to increase the military budget on top of everything we've seen so far. And he's offering, I believe, a $750 billion budget to the military for 2020, if I'm not mistaken. Now, that's huge. Obama's $619 billion, and he's around 700, but he's offering $750 billion. He's spending money we don't have on military, which is antiquated and is using military development like major F-35 contracts. We're losing money on the F-35. We've got to make it work for us. I agree with that. I also believe that the F-35 could go automated, and it could be one of the first automated bombers in our fleet if we retrofit it for bombing. But I don't want to, waste a project. But I think the time has come for us to make really lean and capable and disposable drone missile defense systems that can be utilized to defend our country. And all of this could be something that we can export to other countries too. Making sure that, going with the idea that people are innately paranoid, territories innately have to defend themselves, we would cater to that market. And we would guarantee that we wouldn't have the code or the control over their system that defends their country, and we'd have no way of hacking into it either. There's a way of making autonomous vehicles that are hardwired based on the coding that goes into them, so they can't really think. They're artificially intelligent enough to do their job, kind of like a worker. I don't believe there's any phoniness going on. I completely misinterpreted what was going on with when he had left the show. Yeah. I didn't know what to think because I didn't get the memo. I didn't get an email or anything saying he would be going on vacation. He talked about it in the show and I missed it. So I had no idea. So I was kind of running out there wondering what he was thinking. That was where I was at. So I had no idea. By the time today I rolled in, he arrived and he had a great vacation. So no, it's just that's how it happened. I never really understood why he was gone until I find out he was on vacation. So yeah, great. Okay, we've got a lot of things to talk about. Let's go into the bulk of what happened today. Donald Trump has extended his weapons sales to MBS, Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia. My suspicion is that many of these weapons may be tactical nukes, and that's illegal. And without congressional approval, Donald cannot send anything with a nuclear capability to Saudi Arabia. So that's concerning me right there. But a bipartisan congressional majority voted against further U.S. support for Saudi Arabian disastrous intervention in Yemen, which has failed to achieve its aims while helping to reproduce the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. He's giving them more weapons. So he's going against Congress on this, which is an impeachable offense. So this is getting closer to be impeached by the Senate. This is like a strike one against him. Actually, strike one against him, I think, was claiming that he would only talk about the budget if they stopped investigating him. That's truly obstruction of justice at the highest level. And that alone is strike one. This is strike two. Selling Saudi Arabia nuclear weapons or any weapons at this point without congressional approval is a violation. So he's made two big boo-boos, strike two. He is, according to Comey, basically, he says Trump is just making up lies about their intent to investigate the Russian involvement in the election. And Comey is standing on the side of history in which Donald Trump's towers were being reviewed in 2013 by the FBI. They weren't tapping into Donald Trump's phones. They were tapping into the Russian mobs that were money laundering in his hotel. And my question is, did those Russian mobs pay for their hotel rooms? Do they have a receipt? They need to go back to the 2013 records of the Trump Hotel to determine if those men paid for that hotel room. If they did not pay for that hotel room, then Trump would be committing a felony, aiding and abetting a known criminal act of money laundering if he comped the rooms. So we need to find that out. But I agree with Comey on this one. Trump is drumming up all kinds of theories of a coup, now making it seem like he's attacking his attackers. And that's the sign of a guilty person. That's exactly how a guilty person would act. He's trying to put this thing to rest and bury the hatchet because he doesn't want to deal with it anymore. The problem is he created it. He created the relationship. He had his team of Russian connectors, the Trump team, go over there 127 times before the election. That's in and of itself collusion. Now the president, Kushner, Google, Schmidt, and Microsoft's Nadella are going to attend this secret meeting in Switzerland among the Bilderberg group. Okay. Yeah, this is a case of here we go again, right? Presidents concluding with the New World Order. Trump is clearly deep state. Jared Kushner meeting with and Google Schmidt, who's working for the DOD now. Google is pretty much Department of Defense anyway, so let's just be real. I mean, let's just play a song and forget about the reality. It's happening over and over again every year.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that.
Well, that's nice, but you'd think getting muted 50 times might prevent you from denigrating somebody in the chat room. All right. Thanks for sharing. The annual Bilderberg meeting designed to foster warmer relations between the U.S. and Europe starts Thursday in Switzerland, and Jared Kushner is involved. According to the top Senate GOP, when asked about Donald's immigration plan last week, they said that Jared Kushner was clueless. Those were their words, clueless. Now he's a senior advisor to Trump. He's attending this year's Bilderberg meeting in the Swiss town of Montreux. We don't need to know more about the Bilderberg Group. We know they are essentially the essence of the problem. Global world governance, trying to control our government. And as far as composting human bodies in Washington State, I'll let Sarah run with that one. A man illegally gained entry to Mar-a-Lago recently. And this is especially difficult to understand, why Mar-a-Lago's got all these areas where people are bringing in thumb drives, like that Chinese woman. The people don't know. This young man, I'll let the story play. Coming from Palm Beach, Florida, a local newscast.
First at 6, breaking news tonight, a security breach at Mar-a-Lago, this time by an 18-year-old, and while the president was there.
This just 1 month before a Chinese woman got by Secret Service and ended up in jail. WPTV News Channel 5's Matt Sesney live for us tonight from Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. Matt?
Shannon, Jay, this is pretty remarkable. Apparently now we have 2 cases of people being able to get past Secret Service security at Mar-a-Lago during presidential visits. This time, the details are coming from the Palm Beach Post reporting this afternoon that 18-year-old Mark Lindblom apparently walked along the beach and gained access to Mar-a-Lago through a pedestrian tunnel that runs under A1A. He apparently did this on the day after Thanksgiving last year. The Post also reporting that the young man was visiting family on Palm Beach and told the judge he wanted to see how far he could get inside the club. He also apologized in federal court today, and the judge gave him probation for 1 year. The judge apparently not seeing him as much of a threat by gaining access into Mar-a-Lago. Of course, it seems to be a much different story with the Chinese woman, Yujing Zhang, who apparently also got past Secret Service security at Mar-a-Lago back in March. She faces several charges in a trial, and of course, the judge and prosecutors believe, at least that's what they say, that she was up to something by getting into Mar-a-Lago. So this, of course, is quite remarkable, a second case of someone getting inside the exclusive club during a presidential visit. Live in West Palm Beach, Matt Sesney, WPTV, News Channel 5.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that we never found out what was on that thumb drive. We still don't know. That's kind of strange that the woman brings a hard drive and thumb drive in, and we don't even know what was on the thumb drive. And they said there was malware on it, but I'm beginning to wonder if Donald Trump wasn't just watching, some porn or something and wanted a new thumb drive, or somebody was going to slip it into him, I don't know. I wouldn't need to watch too much porn if I had a beautiful wife. Of course, I don't need to watch porn because I have a beautiful partner in life, but what Melania is a representative of the American women and many who have been formerly immigrants. Now she's sitting with a beautiful Japanese demonstration of very nice. And I don't know what they were watching, but she was sitting there with the Aki Abe, the first lady of Japan as well. Aki Abe, and had a wonderful time. But yeah, she's a beautiful woman. And I really wish that Donald Trump would at least openly admit to having committed adultery at least twice. And that would be great. Instead of going into the 2020 election being a liar in every way and not even telling his own wife that I'm sorry for what I did. No public apology at all for having had sex with Stormy Daniels and having sex with Karen McDougal for 8 months. I mean, I don't know. Do you people really want a complete hypocrite as a president? Is that what you want? Do you really want a guy who lies incessantly as president? I think that that's the sad reality that we're living with. I'm not sure why the Republicans support this gross liar. I can't understand that other than the fact that, well, they think that he's stopping the deep state, which is not the case, as we can see. Hey, we have a list of the Bilderberg group that Kushner is going to. Kushner. It should be Kushner. He works with Kissinger. These are the topics they'll be discussing at the Bilderberg. A stable strategic order. I'd like a stable strategic order, please, and an extra Bilderberger burger. Do you have any Asperger at the Bilderberg group? What next for Europe? Yeah, like, are they going to continue to try to create an EU, or is this the New World's Order finals last gasp? A climate change and sustainability. Yeah, sure. That's what they want to use to tax the entire world as they pollute it with chemtrails. China. Russia. The future of capitalism. Brexit. The ethics of artificial intelligence. As if there are any ethics in artificial intelligence. I mean, come on. Look at me. I don't even have a face. I know. Now I have a face. The importance of space. The weaponization of social media. This is weird. They believe that somehow social media is being altered by AI too. And that it can be altered. Hey, we got a chatter. Hello, quiet room. Yeah, iVlog is for the people that are chat, not chat disabled, but chat challenged. The man in the jar, yes. The importance of space. Well, when was space not important? I mean, really, I need my space. In fact, there's a lot of space on Earth. I don't know why we don't expand our population and get more water to areas that need it. And of course, cyber threats, a big thing for a lot of people who have a lot of money. They spend a lot of money on cyber threats. They don't want attacks on their financial kingdom that they've built. At the Bilderberg meeting, build a burger. Any burger. Even an Asperger. So we offer a chat 101, the 12 steps of chat, getting through your chat addiction on our Saturday show. So, hey, you're welcome. You get a 5-minute mute anytime you attack another operator of another show. And it was very kind of him to come in and treat the whole situation appropriately, considering it's a very complicated situation. Yes. No one chats there because of the super op who's maybe Scissorfont wants you to actually come up with ideas to talk about as opposed to just troll. Yeah. Yes, this is live, Buck. Yeah, if this wasn't live, I would be asleep. You got the fake memo from Mark? Never mind. Gilda Radner. Yeah, Mark allegedly was sending out a memo to people saying that he didn't want anyone to think that this was live. It's live. It really is live. And Trump, or rather Pope Francis, is willing to talk to Trump about not building a wall. And I thought that was terribly ridiculous. This story came in the pre-show. Pope says he would confront Trump directly on the border wall. I just think that's hypocritical considering the Vatican has a wall around it. Yeah, I don't think it's really his place to talk about politics, so just butt out, Pope. That's right. Get the hell out of politics. We have a separation of church and state here. You don't deserve to come in here and tell us that somehow you want a global world governance. But lo and behold, he wants that too. Pope Francis calls for an end of sovereignty and establishment of the global government. Like, what right does he have to do that? And he claims it's all because of climate change and other worldwide threats. Yeah, created by the very people that want a global new world order. Yes. Well, we should have separation of church and state in our country. We don't even have it fully in our country. I mean, people were soliciting votes in Chicago's churches for Barack Obama. You remember that, right? while he was, having his penis orally filleted by Larry Sinclair. Yeah. Back in 1999, Larry Sinclair said he had performed oral sex. Well, let Larry tell you directly.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, thank you for that. Whoa. Magic scene change. Ah. Well, and you could hear him snorting 3 times in that thing where he actually had to grab a little that cocaine dribble that comes down their nose when they've got a serious cocaine problem. Yeah. You could hear him sniffing during that time period. He's still probably a cokehead. Once a cokehead, always a cokehead. Look at Elon Musk. Now he says he does crack to stay awake. What will Israel do if Donald sends Arabs some nukes? They're not on a level that would be aggressors toward each other. Like, I think with Israel and Saudi Arabia, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And in that particular case, I think Israel and Saudi Arabia agree they don't like Iran. And I'm sure that Saudi Arabia has assured Israel that they're not going to use their nukes against them. But Donald can't sell these nukes. It's illegal. So Donald is committing an impeachable offense with the sale of nukes to Saudi Arabia, especially against a combined congressional agreement not to sell any nukes. So this is the second time Donald Trump has bucked Congress. The first time was not imposing sanctions on Russia for over a year and a half. So here he's done exactly what Putin wanted, did not impose sanctions for a year and a half, and still to this day is very limited sanctions. And he's also definitely helped alienate NATO. He's done a lot of alienation of NATO, Trump has, which is Russia's biggest contender to deal with, NATO. And Trump has actually hurt relations with China, which helps Russia look better, because remember, Russia's economy is pretty small. And it's not like they want to make more money. I'm sure they want to make more money, but they look bigger when our economy and China's economy sinks. That's the thing. So Russia is benefiting from a trade war with China. So in 3 major ways right now, obvious ways, Russia is controlling Trump. I also understand that some of the appointments Trump is making to courts may very well involve Russian agents. That's a concern of mine. And the way he's aggressively trying to take over the court system and change the way politics is going on through the courts is very interesting. Like, look with his travel ban. Clearly it was discrimination against Muslims. Clearly. And then somehow, by some miracle, some attorney said, well, just add Venezuela to the travel ban. And all these poor Venezuelans now can't come home to their family, even though they've got green cards. They've got to live in a terrible situation. Hardly any food. But he also added North Korea to the travel ban. And I doubt there's one person in North Korea with a green card in the U.S. So it's absurd. He added these 2 countries, and then all of a sudden the Supreme Court said, oh, well, obviously you're not in any way discriminating against Muslims because 2 of the countries are not Muslim, North Korea and Venezuela. That was a very, very shady thing to do. And the Supreme Court under Gorsuch and Chief Justice Roberts and a lot of the other conservatives have manipulated policy to allow a travel ban to be in force that's actually hurting our trade relations with other countries. But ironically, Donald Trump lifted the travel ban on Chad. Well, if you look at Africa and you look at the potential Ebola outbreak that's happening there, we're going to Chad in Africa. Let's take a trip. It turns out that right in this area of Chad, slightly below here, in this area, is an Ebola outbreak. One of the worst the world's seen in a long time. So about a year ago, he lifted the travel ban on Chad so the Chad people can come in. That's not exactly good for America, considering they're so close to the outbreak right over here. So we have a serious threat of Ebola coming into the country because of Trump's stupidity of allowing Chad travel bans to clear. Absurd, absolutely absurd. So everything he's doing is wrong and bad for our country at all levels. I don't put sugar in my coffee. That would be foolish. That's one good way to get diabetes. I don't use any sweetener. I especially don't recommend using the yellow or the pink package you get at the restaurant. That is rat poison, in case you didn't know. And it's designed as ant poison too. Test it out. I challenge anybody to get a packet of that stuff and put it on an anthill in their backyard. The ants, all of them, will be dead in one day. I guarantee it. So if they're willing to put ant poison and rat poison on the tables of every restaurant in America, they're ready to do about anything. Yeah. So if you have family members that are eating aspartame, at least make them aware that aspartame was developed as rat poison originally. Yeah, no artificial sweeteners. The only ones that I trust are the ones with stevia in it. There's monk fruit and stevia, a couple ones. There's a new actual sugar component. I saw it at Costco the other day. It's made with monk fruit, and it's just amazing. So, yeah, monk fruit is better than aspartame. But stevia, I think, is pretty good for alternative sugar taste. The Hot Zone makes for a fine thriller and cautionary tale. Really? We got a video here called The Hot Zone. Oh, okay. It's about the potential for an Ebola outbreak. Okay. Wow. Okay, I don't know what to do with that, but I'll look at it later. Well, they sell these green packets, or they actually give them away at Starbucks. And they're monk fruit with stevia in them, and they're very good. Yeah. They give them away at Starbucks. So if you get a cup of coffee, grab a few. Test them out. If you're trying to eliminate sugar in your diet. Sugar is a killer, but so is aspartame. So, well, you can get them any way you want. I just think that sugar, it can lead to diabetes, excessive amounts of sugar, and I think that these aspartame products can definitely affect our body as well. Not in a good way. Like bladder cancer is one thought comes to mind, kidney cancer. They say sugar, though, is linked to pancreatic cancer. Michael Landon had pancreatic cancer. He was always going to the cafeteria truck, they say, and he also loved his. You know what Michael Landon did? He used to take the entire staff out and treat them to lobster and crab and shrimp. He was very generous. And I know that eating lobster, crab, and shrimp is very full of cholesterol, and that may affect your pancreas too. But he also liked a lot of sugar drinks, being at the cafeteria truck. That might have affected him. Michael Landon passed away from that terrible pancreatic cancer. Yeah. Brain, aspartame and Splenda can affect the brain. Yeah, I know. And I'm not really privy to the scientific data related to these. I just know the origins of these products are not good. The person who really pushed for aspartame was Donald Rumsfeld. He had investments in it. And way back when we had cyclamates, cyclamates were found to be carcinogenic according to the government, but not really. The studies don't play out that way. We don't have enough hard data on that. Cyclamates were just pulled off the market because they couldn't quantify the sale of them. With aspartame and Splenda, they could sell the product as a granulated substance in a big bag. With with cyclamates, it was like a few drops that makes everything sugary. Like Tab had cyclamates in it. If you've ever had Tab, way back in the early days. Aspartame has phenylalanine in it. All phenyl groups don't decompose in your body. They linger and create a home for cancer. There you have it. There's a little scientific knowledge there from Don't Worry, Be Happy. Aspartame is a waste byproduct from a nerve agent. Right. Well, actually, you know how they created aspartame? They took the fecal waste of maggots and heated it up, and they found it was sugar tasting. It's beyond belief. It's feces from maggots heated up. It's just hard to go there. Okay, you're gonna get some monk fruit sugar. Excellent. Oh, really? I don't know if I think Tab migrated to aspartame because cyclamates were banned many years ago. And aspartame is NutraSweet, Splenda. It's repackages a lot of things. But I really do worry about the products that we're eating and how it affects our body. Now, Sarah said there was a study that was done recently saying that people that eat organic food have less chance of cancer. And I was going to look online to see if I can find it in the history under the word organic. Let's take a look. I started selling and marketing organic food back in the 80s. No, I don't see it here. Let me look under the word cancer. Nope. We talked a lot about the dangers of cell phones near your head. I'm really worried about that. Yeah, there's a lot of concern about cell phones being, emitting EMF radiation, electromagnetic frequency radiation. Not good to have something close to your head that's doing that. And I'd like to say we know for sure that this is definitely a causative, but we do know that the director of the World Health Organization has said that it does contribute to brain cancer. But the site at the World Health Organization doesn't go so far as to say the hard data confirms that. So it's still very much being blocked by the mainstream. No one wants to stop the 5G network. Good. Well, I'm glad you've gone Ethernet and you're living off the grid. That's pretty cool. What I did is I took my Wi-Fi, which is about 6 feet away from me, and I put Faraday cage over it. It still works, so when I want to do Wi-Fi around the house, it still works, but it has less field radiation emitted from it with the Faraday cage over it. But I would like to get away from Wi-Fi completely, but it's next to impossible. I think what I would do is I'd get a direct TV show. Like I basically get HughesNet and do direct TV, which would give me all the channels that I'd want. And I would have 3 megabyte upload speeds, which makes my show, it would look more like look what I said to you and you wouldn't even see my show. It would be completely staccato. Yeah, the stuff's been around since the 90s. The CDC knows all about the dangers. Okay, here's the story. Misanthropy must have had it, and Sarah looked at it. Yeah, it was created by heating the crap of grub worms. You call them grub worms, I call them maggots. You say tomato, I say tomato. Yeah, here it is. The Association of Frequency of Organic Food Consumption with Cancer Risks. Thanks, Misanthropy. The abstract. Although organic foods are less likely to contain pesticide residues than conventional foods, few studies have examined the association of organic food consumption with cancer research and cancer risk. The results, among the 68,946 participants, 78% female, 44%, okay. Okay. Conclusion. A higher frequency of organic food consumption was associated with a reduced risk of cancer. Thank you. Yes, so we have proof. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Good to know. The best way to save on your healthcare bill is to eat right. Seriously. No, I don't think it's fake news that aspartame came from the crap of grub worms. I'm convinced that it did. Yeah. Yeah, I know that for a fact that that's the truth. I don't have a problem with it. We can discuss it all you want, yeah. I'm convinced that aspartame is bad for people. Coming from the crap of grub worms is not safe. If you're saying that's a safe thing, okay, I don't understand what you're saying. So if you are saying it's safe to eat the crap of grub worms, you may want to rethink that. Well, isn't that special? This is not a religious room, Sally. Sally Jones is here for religion. The Bible Belt room is I think, in the other show nearby. Maybe over on the other tag. Yep. Praise him. We're talking about politics here. Yeah, you're pushing the Larry for county co-mayor, Larry Sinclair. Good for you. Donald Trump's Japan trip with added laugh track. Ooh, that looks like fun.
The First Lady and I are thrilled to be with you as we celebrate Japan's Reiwa era, very special time, and affirm the close economic ties between our two nations. The relationship with Japan and the United States, I can say for a fact, has never been stronger. It's never been more powerful, never been closer. This is a very exciting time for commerce between the two countries that we both love. The United States and Japan are two of the largest economies in the world. You're right there. You're doing fantastically well. I was looking very closely on the ride over at some of the numbers being produced in Japan, and doing great. Today we're cooperating closely across many industries, including defense, technology, digital.
It's infectious. You can't help but stop laughing. It's great. I love the laugh track because I'm like required to laugh. I grew up on I Love Lucy, so I immediately start laughing as soon as the laugh track kicks in. You are required to laugh. Laugh. And speaking of laughing, Larry Sinclair, the guy who had just played a video about his oral sex with Barack Obama, you know this guy?
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me.
Yeah, he ran mayoral candidate in 2018. That's right. He's probably going to run again. He's demanding that all Cocoa citizens are treated equally, actively fighting to rid the streets of prostitution and drug dealing. Wait a second. A guy who likes to smoke crack with the former president is going to stop drug dealing? What? I think I've seen enough. Thank you. Now back to the laugh track.
Economy and energy, also infrastructure, science, and so much more. As you know, the United States and Japan are hard at work negotiating a bilateral trade agreement which will benefit both of our countries. I would say that Japan has had a substantial edge for many, many years.
Now, blaming Japan for being industrious and coming up with great cars. Oh, yeah. Lay a guilt trip on people that are performing better than the U.S. That makes a lot of sense. Unreal. We'll have more of this Trump nonsense later. He was just a little bit altered. How did a borderline retard ascend to the throne of the U.S. fake democracy? Lack of free press. I've been censored for the past 10 years. That's one method. Having lack of credible contest among people like myself who would have kind of ripped into him with verbal insults like he does to other people. He didn't have any competition in the Republican Party. I mean, the closest he got was Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, and they gave up the same day when both of their backgrounds were outed. Ted Cruz's father, they claimed, according to Donald Trump, was involved in the JFK assassination. I mean, some ridiculous statement like that. Even if it was true, it's still not enough to take a guy out of the race. And then there was Marco Rubio's, the sodomite group that he was involved, the fraternity of homosexual activity. When all that was revealed, Donald Trump had the goods on these guys. They folded, right? And John Kasich, it was the only guy that actually won another state in the primary, Ohio. So basically, he used dirty deeds to win that election, and there wasn't anybody who was going to stick it out. I would have stuck it out. I wouldn't have just folded like Marco Rubio did. But the fact is, Marco Rubio was involved with the sodomite homosexual group in college. And Ted Cruz's father was at the JFK assassination, suspiciously enough. But ironically, the truth is, the guy that found all that information out, an attorney out of Illinois, died about a month later. Isn't that odd? A weird heart attack. And I can't find a single piece of it on the internet. I've searched. It's gone. Wiped out. The history of that whole story that pulled Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz out of the entire race. The man who died, you can't even find out about that too. I'm pretty sure it's Illinois. But it's gone. So I'd have to go to archive.org to pull it up. But that's suspicious that the man who got that information, an attorney, and gave it to Donald Trump, then dies. Very weird. Now, there's been some conflict of interest in our government recently. Transportation Secretary still owns stock she pledged to divest. Elaine Chao's shares in Vulcan Materials don't pose conflict, official says. She's retained shares in a construction materials company more than a year after the date she promised to relinquish them. So Chao either has to get rid of these shares or she's going to be charged with a crime. She violated public disclosure. But that's not really crime. It's a Class C felony, which doesn't involve any actual jail time. The same felony that Mike Pence is committing, which no one's charged him with. He has yet to present any emails from his governorship in Indiana. When he was a governor of Indiana, he apparently had a private email server much like Hillary Clinton, and no one's been able to see any of his emails. And I think I know why Mike Pence is hiding some of those emails. There's some pretty damning things by one person that we know sent him emails. One person in particular, and his name Tory Smith was his name. And I'm going to play you a quick video of Tory Smith talking about Mike Pence and what Mike Pence is all about in Indiana. Now, this video gets a little weird and it's going to get shocking, so bear with you. This is a man who came forth and told people about what Mike Pence was up to. And he emailed him.
My name is Tory Smith.
Hi.
And I've been a witness to children who were raped and murdered in what's called the MyLab child trafficking operation. And there are 40 locations nationwide, and there's one here in Indiana, state where I live. And
well, we are following a lot of activity on the Supreme
Court. I do reports on this child trafficking operation, number one, because I don't know of anyone else that does. And these children need as many voices as they can possibly get, because hundreds and hundreds of children are abducted. Anywhere from 25 to 400 children are gang raped and murdered a day. in this system. On the 27th of May, Friday, 264 children were brought in from the Air Force, SOCOM, and NATO. 15 of those children were brought to Indianapolis, to the Indianapolis MyLab, which is what I would like to do today's report on. Indiana Governor, child rapist, and child murderer Mike Pence has murdered 54 children.
I didn't believe this guy when I first heard this. I thought this is ridiculous. Within a couple months, this man's personal life tragically ended. This is 2 months later, and he did a series of reveals about child trafficking in Indiana under Mike Pence's governorship. And then he did this 2 months later. Watch this. 2 months later.
My name is Jory, and I want to thank you for the support and prayers and awareness that you brought to what's going on in our country about child trafficking. I think this is going to be my last video for a while. I can barely see. I can only stand up for a few minutes and then I have to lay back down.
It looks like polonium poisoning. It looks like any number of things. Could even be injectable cancer. I don't know what the heck that happened to him. It could be radiation. We don't know. I have yet to do an investigation into this close up. I'd have to go visit his family. I'd have to drive out to Indiana and visit his family. I don't really want to do that. You know, it's like, but it's obvious he died quick. And he died during the time that he spent almost daily videos describing the MyLab child trafficking network in Indiana. The truth is, child trafficking is rampant throughout our entire country. The FBI is only scraping the surface on this. And the effort by the government and, ironically, CNN to squelch any investigation by claiming Pizzagate was fake news indicates to me that the CNN and the mainstream media is covering up a vast network of child pedophiles and covering for them. And my suspicion is they created this concept of Pizzagate to ban it so that nobody would talk about it. So we talk about these subjects here, especially on Truth Tuesday. And there's also a lot of concern that a lot of the terrorist attacks that have been happening as well have been fake. So there's a lot of stories to really sink your teeth into out here in the blogosphere that really begin to make you wonder how much is real and how much is fake. Now, Donald Trump took the word fake news that CNN used to describe Pizzagate and then used it as his mantra and calls everything fake news. So now all of the Republicans have their blinders on and they're like, you know, that's fake news. No, that's fake news. No, I want to talk about it. No, that's all fake news. Russian hoax, that's fake news. They're like cattle with blinders on, or a horse that is only allowed to follow one path. So they think everything's fake news now that Donald Trump has made that his mantra. Okay, we got a couple videos coming up tonight at the top of the hour. Pulse nightclub shooting survivors move Holy Spirit being birthed among former LGBT persons. There's more stories brewing about the Pulse nightclub fakery that happened. Christine Lanoine and the loss of her son and how fake that was, and how the Democrats exploited it for gun control. We get that video in there. And then an F-16 crash dash cam footage CGI. Okay, apparently the government came up with some crash footage of the F-16.
Let's do another video about the F-16. I just finished watching All the World's a Stage video, and it was an excellent video. And it got me to look at a couple more things. I did not know there was a dash.
So this dash cam video that the military presents looks like CGI. We'll look at that tonight as well. We haven't gotten any information from that persona non grata person. He disappeared at this point. He never sent me any information on secret, a private upload location. Anon.net, I guess, is an upload location I suggested he send that to. Never heard from him again. An orchestral tribute to the late Keith Flint of The Prodigy. Wow. Looks like a good little orchestral thing. Yeah, that'll be great. Play that tonight. Thanks, chat room. Nice and calming, orchestral. Late Keith Flint of The Prodigy. Yeah, at least we have memories and video to remember him by. Okay, we're leaving off right there. This is a $1.2 million art piece. It's all it is an old computer a laptop infected with 6 of the world's most dangerous computer viruses. And somebody put it up for auction, calls himself an artist. The bid price is $1.2 million on this old Samsung laptop. Isn't that hilarious? Yeah, some guy, an online artist, Guo Odong, apparently built that computer with all this malicious software on it, and now he wants to sell it. That's just so weird. 1 dead and 130 injured as twisters ran through Ohio and Indiana. All right. Brookville, Ohio, a swarm of tornadoes so tightly packed that one may have crossed the path carved by another tore across Indiana and Ohio overnight. These things are spiraling out of control, kind of like a, rings of fire. And I believe that there is weather modification going on at a high level to create these things. And I know Never Lose Truth does a few videos about the weather modification activities, the radar that they're using in that region. And you can see it. The radar map shows I'll show you the map of the area. It's pretty powerful information. They actually look at all of the radiation, all the pools of radar being used up close and personal. You can see it right now. The College of DuPage has this. And you're looking at a massive amount of radar in this region right here. Let me move the chair. They're able to create, using radar combined with chemtrails, they're able to create a milieu or a kind of a suspension of electrically charged elements that attract water and air and can be manipulated using phased array radar. How this is done, the science of it was developed a long time ago by a man named Nikola Tesla. But when you combine a massive airdrops of chemicals in the skies above us with this radiated activity with phased array radar, and all of these sonar and radar devices have been installed to do just this, and that is create a vornado or a vertical twist where they're able to create a tornado using electromagnetic waves and what is called harmonic repetition. Harmonic repetition of electromagnetic signals along with heavy metals combined can create hurricanes and tornadoes. So this is not some make-believe story here. You're looking at real-time views of the radar going on right now, and the massive tornadoes are in the yellow and green. Yeah, pretty intense, huh? I can't imagine them doing that to us, but they do it. And this is what we have to begin to understand. They control the two-party system, the people that are dumping these chemicals on our skies. They control the weather modification they're doing. They control the outcome. They control the horizontal and the vertical. We don't have any power or control. The American people are without a voice in Washington. That's why a third party is essential if we're going to challenge these people. Okay, more fake news from New Zealand, the fake gunshots. And it's interesting how New Zealand charged that 18-year-old boy with years in prison for transferring a video that looks like a fake terrorist attack in New Zealand. More and more people have seen it, and we're going to talk about that in a few minutes at the top of the hour. Yeah. I'll lead with that story.
As the gunman left the...
Yeah, there's a lot of scrutiny going on about the video that came in, and New Zealand made it very clear they wanted to challenge anybody who recorded that video. I mean, if they want to suppress the truth, they couldn't be more obvious. Yeah. Okay, Pope Francis is watching me now. Hi, Pope Francis. Yeah. I respect the fact that you have followed my advice regarding Cardinal McCarrick and Cardinal Pell. I think that's great. I think making that a major, bold move. And I understand you're looking into the pedophilia in America, but I understand you're giving pardons to all these pedophiles. I don't think that's the way to go. I think the Vatican should develop a retraining facility, and I have just the place for it. The Vatican Re-Education Center can be this building that you've been spending most of your time worshiping Lucifer in. Yeah, the snake building. This could be the Vatican, the main hall of the Re-Education Center, to train priests to be better and never ever violate a child again. The Reptilian Audience Hall at the Vatican. Isn't that a great idea? I knew you'd like it. And this way you don't have to tear it down. Just make it the snake pit for all the pedos to go to and be retrained. Yeah, that'd be like, and you wouldn't have to conduct your masses there anymore, because I think you're pretty much tired of that. I mean, you look so out of place there against all the demons in the background. And I know, Pope Francis, you want to be seen as a saint, and you might even consider, yourself canonized someday. In order to do that, you have to turn the Reptilian Snake Center into a punishment center for pedos. That's the way to go. I think we've solved his problem. I don't have to kiss anybody. And by the way, when he retracts his hand in the YouTube videos, that is so freaky. Yeah, when people try to kiss his ring and he pulls his hand back, he doesn't want to actually be kissed. You've seen that, right? You got all of Tori's videos. Oh yeah, there you go, a full collection. His channel. Tori Smith still has a channel open, by the way, and Scissorfight just gave us the link. Look at that. And they're still there. So I guess they just want to leave him out there as like a guy who's, or maybe they don't even think he's under the radar or something. Who knows? But he's had a lot of hits, a lot of views on his site since he died. Yeah, you can see the pathway of death that happened so fast for him. He was definitely within a couple months that he passed away. You see he's in good health here. And then right here, within a few days almost, he converted to nearly dead. They just got rid of this guy. Yeah. Here's the link to Tori Smith's from over there at iVlog. If you want to look at his other videos. No, I just think we got to do something about the... Yeah, that snake building, that Vatican snake building, that's just disgusting. It will prevent people from getting influenza after they kisses his ring. No, unfortunately, that's the source of contact. Pope Francis is going to have to get his head out of the 14th century to realize that, no, germs pass from mouth to ring to mouth to ring. Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but in all due respect to the Pope, I think he needs to get real here. But yeah, his YouTube video where he Pope pulls hand back. Yeah, let's show you what he's doing, and this is pretty shocking for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pope is watching our show, but what you're seeing is a kind of a behavior that's been going on at the Vatican for some time, where he doesn't clearly want to be touched. You can see that. Watch this. That guy didn't even get close enough to get even near the closeness. So I think we've got an issue where, frankly, have you seen Howie Mandel? Have you seen Howie Mandel where he does this this bump thing? I would recommend that you do the kind of bump thing. Yeah. Holding your hand out there, maybe you just go like this and go and blow your hand toward them. Maybe just the waft of skin cells going in their direction might be better. I think he's a germaphobe. Pope Francisco says he's faster and faster now. I know, but I'm not blaming him for being a little OCD. I wouldn't want anyone to kiss my hand either. Don't get me wrong, Pope Francis. I'm in no way discrediting you because you're pulling your hand back. But I think you're kind of a germaphobe, and I don't blame you. Thank you. Yeah, fist bump is cleaner than if everybody does a little fist bump, you can tell them, you can put a cotton, like a little pillow between your hand and theirs. It's like a little pillow between, yeah, hold that. Keep that thought. Just a suggestion, because it looks so unorthodox. And I know you're quite orthodox. If we all fist bumped with the Pope, we'd be cool, man. No one would need any vaccines. It'd be cool. Misanthropy, magnetic chemtrail fallout in Germany. Really? Well, that's so nice of him to offer me to kiss his ring. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Yeah, we haven't taken anybody up on any travel plans whatsoever. We do our own travel thing. We got the, wow, magnetic chemtrail fallout in Germany. Check this out.
Was ich im Internet gesehen habe,
wow,
wo jemand diese Überbleibsel vom Blütenstaub oder Regen oder was auch immer zusammenkratzt.
Ja, das ist richtig. He's actually taking the stuff with him. Look at this. He's accumulating it. Und der Verstiere an der Installation der China. Ja. Ja, die oder ja.
So.
Hi everybody, it is
So, und dann zu schauen, was passiert, wenn man jetzt einen Magneten hinhält.
There's a little magnet, look at that.
Hier sind ein paar Neodymium-Magneten.
He converted them all to magnets by passing over them. They're magnetic nanoparticles. They're all converted to magnets when they get near a magnetic field. Even an electromagnetic field that's coming from radar. They become controllable and magnetic in nature when they get... Look at that. So it's picking up the particles like iron. Iron would be attracted.
Ist Blütenstaub magnetisch?
Ja, Aden. Eden, Aden, und Aden. Ja. Das ist richtig. Okay, thank you very much. That's quite a reveal. There you have it. Heavy metals, very much like iron in the atmosphere. So they can manipulate it with magnets. You saw it up close and personal. Well, let's be clear. Wait a second. A synthetic weed dealer who used a bread knife to decapitate his ghetto tax driver neighbor. Okay. A synthetic weed dealer. Apparently, synthetic weed is not good for you. Yeah, THC that's been powdered formed, synthetic, is very dangerous. Apparently, this guy decided to use a pocket knife or bread knife to decapitate, somebody. This is not unusual. It's not unusual to take a bread knife at somebody. Yeah, it's just weird. His ghetto taxi driver neighbor, Eugene Baker, killed his neighbor and cut off his head over a drug deal dispute. Baker and Frank Tyson had both been dealing synthetic cannabis in Wellington. He murdered the pensioner in his home after making threats in the days before. Oh yeah, he seems like a real nice guy to hang out with. We are, yeah, we are. I am. I'm here, and I'm over there now too. Yeah. He pled guilty to the murder of at High Court in Wellington on New Zealand's North Island. Well, so apparently New Zealand banned assault weapons in 5 days, but now they got to worry about butter knives. Wow, that's too bad. Well, here comes the ban on butter knives. Uh-oh. Looks like a caveman, yeah. New Zealand is now banning butter knives. We believe it is better for people. On the other hand, I can't believe he lets them approach him. Mother Teresa put her hands on the sick. Yeah, exactly. Pope Francis. I did unban Juan Gabriel. Yes. I'll unban him again. Him, her again. Yes, we can do that. Well, they'll have to ban all bread knives, I think, in New Zealand. What's next? Lighter fluid? Toilet paper? That can ignite. You can wrap somebody in toilet paper and whoosh, pile of crap. Ignited, yeah, it's not a good thing. Very dangerous. Toilet paper is very flammable. I think banning toilet paper would be New Zealand's next big move. Banning pink shirts, yep, that could be inflammatory. When they passed a ban in 5 days in New Zealand, it was like, what? And all based on circumstantial evidence, and at best, at worst, a complete con job done by the Mossad when they parked themselves in Christchurch. Yeah, it turns out Mossad had headquarters in Christchurch, and they ended up, well, you know the story. There was an earthquake many years ago in Christchurch, New Zealand, in which the Mossad headquarters were like opened up by God and like filleted and laid out for everybody to look at. Well, lo and behold, the Mossad headquarters were there and were involved in what could be possibly a cover-up or a staged crisis event in New Zealand. And that's why there's such a big attempt to shut down that video, which was clearly fake. We saw CGI shells from the guns that the guy used. We saw him using what apparently was a shotgun to shoot out a window, and it was an air gun, and we could see that clearly. There was another case where the guy went into the mosque, and he looked down with the video, and you saw a clip for his gun, which he later picked up. Now, if that had been rehearsed, he would have had the clip down there. So clearly, it was rehearsed, and the clip was down there, and he picked it up on the way out. That's just so weird. Very credible concerns about the validity of this whole thing. Yeah. If only Congress would take all of this concern we have in the internet seriously, we wouldn't have some of the best players of dominoes out there. Or what is this? Solitaire. Solitaire, sorry. Congress is busy working on solitaire. And they're good at it. Since they don't do anything, they're really good at that game. I wouldn't take any one of them on in solitaire or bridge. They're both very, very effective. And Congress has been very effective at doing nothing for a long, long time. The most lame duck Congress we've ever had. Expecting Congress now to actually impeach Donald Trump is like asking a sheep to slake some cattle. You know, it's like not going to happen. The cattle like the sheep. The sheep like the cattle. There's no need to, nobody's going to hurt each other. It's moo and then bah, moo. I don't think there'd ever be a war between sheep and cattle. There'd never be a face-off. Why are so many American women bad at having sex? What do you have experience with European women good at having sex? Well, lucky, move back to Europe, man. Jeez. Don't demoralize our women here and act like they're not sexy. Jeez, that's ridiculous. You have photographs of people actually kissing the ring finger of the Pope? Oh, I saw that. Forested buildings in Milan. I played that earlier. I'll play it again. Play it again, Sam. He's looking at you, sweetheart. Okay, I'll play that in Enviro as well, but tonight's show will include it. Thank you so much. Blesseth youeth. And it's so nice to have Pope Francis in the show tonight. I certainly hope he takes my recommendation and turns that snake building into a pedo punishment sector, where every pedophile priest needs to go back for re-education. Well, let's be clear. We have a request for cowbell. So, Michael and Michelle, we'd like to play a little tribute to cowbell on the way out. We'll also play a tribute to Michael's penis. As you know, Michael Obama is a dude. Okay, here we go. Cowbell on the fly.
Mr. Right to good.